I'll receive others that we can read into the account. Mrs. Miller, let's make sure that you are recording. I know it's a new link, so we need to make sure that we are recording so that we have it from the very beginning.
Yes, we are
Okay.
recording.
Perfect. Ms. Baines-Clemens, I'll hand the meeting over then to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bolton. We are going to have the finance presentations first and then move into public comment. Dr. Bolton, did you have a preference in what order you want these two presentations?
Mr. Dahlberg has spoken with them about that, so I think I'll let him go ahead and.
Okay.
Yes, we have first tonight, we'll have Lou Verdelli and Lauren Stadel from RBC Capital Markets. So they will be the first presenters.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
We are ready. Diane, Ms. Miller, can you allow me to share screen?
Okay, while that's going on, I'd just like to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to talk to you tonight. Lauren Stadel's on with me. She has another school board meeting that was scheduled for 7, so she might just be on here for a little bit. So, Sean, I do appreciate if you can flip through the pages for us, since Lauren was going to do that. Just by way of some brief background, it was back in September that the district asked us to come down and have a conversation about the district's debt and a little bit about what we do and what school districts we work with. So that was back in September that I had met with Dr. Bolton, Mr. Daubert, Mrs. Baines-Clemens, and we had a good discussion about the district's existing debt. We talked about some opportunities and we talked about interest rates. And ironically, since then, we've seen a dramatic drop in interest rates. And some of the things that we talked about back in September, those opportunities have only gotten much greater for the school district. So that's really what we want to talk about. It's just a little bit about our experience and all of the school districts that we work for here in Pennsylvania, and then show you some ideas based on where interest rates are in the bond markets right now that we think would save the school district a great deal of money, some administrative relief, and really put the district financially in a good position in terms of the structure of its outstanding debt. So, Sean, if you want to turn to page 1, Lauren's going to also give a little bit of an introduction on her.
You can see it?
Yep.
Okay, and this is the correct page?
Yep, that's right.
All right, go ahead.
I don't know if she might have had to jump. Lauren, are you still there? Okay, I'm sorry. She had to get on her other meeting. So what we wanted to just share with you is a little bit of our background in terms of we're a bond underwriting firm. And of course, the district has worked with PFM as a municipal advisory firm for a long, long time. In fact, my background is I've spent the last 14 years working at RBC as a bond underwriter. And prior to that, I spent 14 years working at PFM in the role of a municipal advisor. And I, in fact, worked on the school district's account all through the late 90s, right up until I left PFM in 2006. So quite familiar with the district, worked closely with Dr. Kish and Bob Reinhardt back at that time when they were at the district. So what I just wanted to share with you is just some background in terms of we are the largest underwriting firm to Pennsylvania school districts, and we have some data that just show the last 4 years, including so far this year, that we do more bond issues for Pennsylvania school districts than any of the other underwriting firms in the marketplace. And so I think that's important as you think about putting together a financing team for any of your financing needs that you may be entertaining in terms of these refinancing opportunities. Currently have the #1 financial advisor in Pennsylvania, PFM, works for, I think, probably 150 school districts in Pennsylvania out of the 500. We currently serve as underwriter to about 125 of the Pennsylvania school districts. So we really, and oftentimes our two firms are working together at many of your neighboring districts. And I think a lot of administrators and school board members find comfort that they have the two highest ranked financial advisor and underwriter on their financing team to bring them ideas. So this chart's just showing you our track record. Sean, if you want to turn to page 3, we highlight some of our school district clients and township and IU clients that are all around you. We've been working with the Bucks County Technical School for a long time, and some of your neighboring districts like Palisades and Pennsbury, and a whole bunch of the districts in Montgomery County. We don't have Chester County listed here, but we work with almost every school district in Chester County. So a lot of your colleagues at other school districts all around you are working with us. We're doing their bond issues. Just looking at the Montgomery County list, I know just last week we did the Upper Marion School District transaction. I think Brad, that's on the line for PFM, also worked on that transaction with us. So we're constantly working with school districts in your area. I want to turn to page 4. What I just wanted to do here was share a little bit of background in terms of how we see a lot of transactions, bond transactions being sold in Pennsylvania. And this really has changed since the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. Right now, the format that the district's been using is an internet auction process where bids are received from underwriting firms around the country. And I would say prior to 08, 09, probably half of the school districts in the state were using a process like that. And then the markets, we had a tremendously volatile period in 08 and 09, and it was difficult to price new issues. There were credit concerns, there were volatile markets, and what we really saw was more districts leaning towards having an underwriter like us as part of their team with their financial advisor. And so I think this data is pretty powerful when you look back to 2010 and you see the top portion of the page is all the transactions in Pennsylvania. So that's counties and townships and school districts. The percent that are choosing to work with an underwriter like us, you can see is anywhere between 78% back in 2010 and was up at 85% last year in 2019. The lower portion of the page shows just Pennsylvania school district transactions. And so if we look in 2019, just since it's the most recent full year, there were 310 school district transactions last year. And you can see about 80% of them chose to do a negotiated transaction working with an underwriter like us. There's just so many things that are changing in the marketplace right now, structuring the issue, interest rates changing, that you have a little bit more flexibility to structure the financing and work with the financial advisor to meet the district's objective when you're working with the underwriter that has the direct access to investors. So I think that's some important information to share with you. Next slide, please. There, the interest rate chart. So I mentioned at the beginning that back in September, when I last met with the district, we talked a little bit about refinancings. Well, obviously, I think everyone's aware of what's happened the last few months and what happened to the stock market when the pandemic first began. We saw stocks crash and interest rates actually went up because of the crisis. But since then, we've seen this incredible drop in rates. And this is a chart of municipal bond rates, and it's what everyone in our business follows. It's really the benchmark. And what this is showing you, where that red line is, pointing to the interest rate on Friday last week. And you can see that this chart goes back 20 years. We are now at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. We have it highlighted in the box up above. This 10-year index, the 10-year rate is just 62 basis points. It's absolutely incredible. So many districts, it's why Lauren had to hop onto another call. We're talking to all of our school district clients right now to take advantage of these low interest rates and refinance debt that's at higher rates than what's currently available. So this really becomes the background as to everything we're going to show you in terms of trying to save money. It's because interest rates are at the lowest levels we've ever seen. And I'm sure you've read in the paper about mortgage refinancing is at its high. It's all driven by the fact that we are at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do is show you where we think your opportunities are. This is the school district's current debt summary of all of your outstanding loans that you have, both for the school district and for your VOTEC debt that's issued as lease rental debt. And we put this summary together and we did some shading to show you where we think the opportunities are to refinance debt that's at higher interest rates. And not shockingly, because of that chart we just looked at, basically all of your debt is eligible and creates refinancing savings if we were to refund it right now. So I'll start on the columns labeled 2 through 5. The district has some variable rate debt outstanding where the interest rate resets every week. And that has been a huge win. The district saved thousands of dollars, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars by having columns 2 through 5 there. Those were all actually loans that I helped the school district put in place. They're through the Emmaus Bond Program, which was a very efficient way to get low-cost variable rate debt. And so those rates historically have been great and low and lower than fixed rates. But right now, because of the chart we just looked at, actually fixed rate debt in many cases is at a lower interest rate all in than where variable rate debt is. So we're going to talk about refunding columns 2, 3, and 5, which is why we have those shaded in yellow. And then in column 6 and 7, that's your VOTEC debt. We're not going to talk about that. Just leave that alone. And then columns 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 12, those issues, they're all eligible to be refunded. And column 15 is eligible to be refunded right now. We've highlighted the yellow line down at the bottom that says call date. And anytime you're after those call dates, we can refund the bonds immediately. So what we have highlighted in yellow could be one large refunding that would refund all 9 of those issues into one new issue, which would save you quite a bit of money on the annual paying agent fees associated with each one of those. Probably make Mr. Daubert's life a lot easier in terms of budgeting debt service, and just really kind of refinance all of the debt at a much, much lower interest rate than what it's at now. Column 13 and 14, we have highlighted in a different shade of green. And the reason for that is if you look at the bottom of the slide where the call date is listed as February 15 of 2022, we can't call those bonds until 2022, but we can actually use taxable bonds and do that refunding today instead of using traditional tax exempt bonds. So we're going to show you that to you in just a second, but the real takeaway here is here's your debt. Column 16 in the far right is what you're paying. Right now you're scheduled in the 2021 fiscal year to pay almost $13 million of debt service this year. And that you're paying that same amount for the next 3 years out through 2024. Your debt drops off very rapidly, which is a good thing. We always tried to structure back when I was working with the district. Mr. Reinhardt was very adamant about keeping the debt pretty short. So you'll see that your debt tapers off very quickly as we go down column 16. So that's a good thing. It gets you positive marks when you go through the credit rating process. So what we're going to show you in no way extends any of this debt. In fact, in a way, it shortens a little bit. It shortens some of the debt a little bit, which I know was a conversation that we had back in September that I think, if anything, the board was more interested in shortening debt rather than ever extending any of the debt. Sean, if you turn to the next page, the only difference here on the next page is we do take into account, back one. This page at the top is labeled the local effort, and that's just because, or net debt service, the school district gets a little bit of help from the state on your debt service payments, and we just took that into account. It's only about $700,000 towards that almost $13 million payment, but we do keep track of that, and that's what this page is showing. Next page, Sean. Thanks. So the refinancing opportunities, to kind of summarize it and make it a little bit easier for you to see, we created this slide, which follows the same color scheme in that The yellow can be one tax exempt refunding of all of your variable rate debt. And what we did, we know you've ever since you put the variable rate debt in place, you've been budgeting 4% for that debt in your budget. And any year that the debt service has come in less than 4%, you've taken that money and set it aside in a rate stabilization fund. And I think you've used some of that money for capital projects as it's built up over time, because variable rates have been less than 4% most of that time. So currently, some of those interest rates on your existing debt is anywhere between a 115 and a 137 when the debt has reset recently. And that's actually less than where your fixed rate could be today. So just to try and be as accurate as possible, we ran a refinancing, assuming your rate at about 1.5%, and you can generate about $60,000 while converting that variable rate to a fixed rate and not having to worry about it going up for over the next couple of years until it all matures. Middle section then are your fixed rate bonds, and in the middle column that says coupon range of the bonds, you can see that your current rates range anywhere from 2 to 2.5% on the 2012 issues, 175 to 2% on the 2012 AA issue. So while those rates back in September, when I was with the district, we looked at those and we said, well, there's not really much savings you can generate. We ran those numbers. It was about $400,000 of savings back in September. Now, if you look on the far right column, there's over $1.2 million of savings that you can generate by refunding those old bonds at today's lower rate. And then the last two that are shaded in green, that's where we would have to use taxable bonds to refund those. But there's a significant opportunity there, because when you look in that coupon column, some of those bonds are outstanding at 5% right now. So even though we would use taxable bonds where the interest rate's a little bit higher, you still can generate over in the far right column about $272,000 of savings. So when we add that up of refunding all of the existing debt, you're at about $1.5 million of debt service savings, lowering your debt service payment. And that's net of estimated issuance costs. $1.5 million is the savings opportunity. And that's the number that back in September was around 400,000. So it really shows you how much interest rates have dropped here the last couple of months, how significant that is. Sean, how about the next page? So this kind of summarizes what your debt looks like now, which is column 2, what we were just looking at, column 2 debt service, and then dropping in column 6 and 7 and showing if we were to refund everything and you just had 2 new issues to pay on going forward. When we compare the old debt service to the new, column 9 is the outcome. It would reduce your debt service this year by about $1.3 million, would reduce next year's payment by about $266,000. And you can see that totals around that $1.5 million number. We structured this the way most of our school district clients right now are asking for the savings, which is immediately. Obviously, COVID's impacting your interest earnings, it's impacting your earned income tax revenues, and a lot of business managers are telling us we need as much savings as we can get in the current budget. If you wanted to spread that savings differently, maybe half of it in the current budget and half of it in next year's budget, you really can spread that any way you would like to spread those savings around. Really wouldn't change the savings amount. That's something that we can solve for when we would structure the refunding. So I think the big takeaway is right now you have a debt summary that has all of those columns in it. You could do this transaction and you'd be left with column 6 and 7 on this page. You'd have a 2020A issue, which would be the tax exempt issue, and you'd have a 2020B, which would be the taxable. And so it would be much cleaner from a bookkeeping standpoint, from an administrative standpoint in the business office. And most importantly, there would also be the debt service savings, But right now, you're also paying fees on each one of those existing issues to have it outstanding. A bank has to send the debt service invoice every 6 months to the business office, and those have to be processed. So there's a fee that's paid each year that the debt is outstanding. And Sean, if you flip to the next page, we kind of took a stab at just estimating what that would be based on some of your existing paying agent fees that you're paying. And across the top, you can see those would be the issues refunded by the tax exempt issue and what those fees are on an annual basis and how many years are left on each one of those issues. So in the total column over on the right, about the third column in from the right, you can see substantial fees that you're paying every single year to have all of these issues outstanding. We refund them all, there would just be one $750,000 fee per year. So just in paying agent, which is simply just an admin fee, you would have substantial savings there on that far right column, $9,000 in the first year, $7,000 the next year. So about $35,000 of savings just rolling all of those issues into one. The lower portion would be the refunding of the 214 issues into one, save a couple grand there. But in total, in the box in the lower right, over the next 7 or 8 years, would save an admin fee of about $37,000 of just fee that has to go out the door to pay the banks to keep track of all of these issues. So kind of wrap and summarize all that, Sean, put together this last page that I think highlights really the opportunity that the district has. And that is the first issue, you could refinance all 3 of the variable rate loans, 6 fixed rate issues. Based on the numbers we ran on Friday, your new fixed rate, keeping those issues at the same maturity, they're all paid off in the next couple of years, so it's not a long loan. You could lock in a fixed rate of 83 basis points, so less than 1%, and all of the new debt or all of the existing debt is fixed and locked in at that rate. Debt service savings from that's the 1.2 million. The second bullet point, a Series B, which would be a taxable issue, would refund the 214 issues. That we're estimating the rate would be 82 basis points on that loan. Creates the $272,000 of savings. So what are the benefits? Well, you're consolidating 11 current issues into just 2. So there's paying agent savings, administrative burden savings. We're not, as I mentioned earlier, we're not extending any of the maturity dates. All the loans are being paid off at the same time. In fact, some of the principal payments are actually being paid a little bit sooner in the year. And that was something that we had talked about in September as maybe being attractive, of trying to pay down some of the debt sooner. We would eliminate the variable rate interest rate risk that you still have on about $10 million of debt that'll be outstanding in the variable rate mode. So when we put all that savings together, it's almost $1.6 million of potential savings for the district. Very significant opportunity to take advantage of today's rates. And we just put together a sample timeline that if you said to us and PFM, how fast can you go take advantage of these low rates? Some people are worried about what might happen with rates after the election. So I put together a timeline that if you said to your financing team, hey, go make this happen, you could authorize the team here in August. We could be back with the parameters resolution, which is the legal authorization that the school board needs to take. We could do that in September. We could all be working on the offering statements and the credit rating so that we'd be in a position sometime in September to enter the market, lock in an interest rate. That's the critical timing. So you're probably 30 or 45 days away from being able to lock in an interest rate that would lock in all of that savings. And then sometime in October, the issue would close. You would pay off all of those old issues and they would all go away. So that's the opportunity that I think you have in front of you. I'd be happy to answer any questions if we're doing questions right now. But just in terms of a wrap up, we certainly would, me personally would love the opportunity to work with the district again. Like I said, we work with PFM, your advisor, at many, many other places. And we'd be happy to work with them, and think this is a great opportunity for the school district to save a whole lot of money.
Thank you, Mr. Bordelli. I appreciate your time. Would it be okay if we do all of the questions after the next presentation so that board members can ask questions of both of you at the same time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. And just to kind of give everyone a sense of what our goals are here tonight, the idea is to hear the presentations, ask any questions that board members have this evening, then, have some time after this to, on your own kind of go through the documents a little bit more thoroughly. If you have additional questions, sending them into, sending those questions in afterwards, but we're not going to be making any decisions tonight. So just to kind of give everybody an idea of what the plan is for tonight. And then we can move on to the PFM proposal.
Okay, this is Glenn Williard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, is Brad still there?
I am.
Okay. Okay, you want to get us to page 1? So as Lou mentioned, he worked with us for a number of years. We still have a good relationship. There's a difference between the two firms. PFM is an independent financial advisory firm. RBC is an underwriter, so they sell the bonds to the ultimate investors. As an independent financial advisor, under the Dodd-Frank rules, PFM has a fiduciary duty to the issuer, that would be the Penn School District, to look after your best interest, not the interest of the investors, but the interest of the issuer. And the underwriter does not have a fiduciary duty. In fact, they ask you to sign a certificate that you acknowledge they're not your advisor, and you can go about and hire your own if you'd like to. So that's a difference that we've chosen, and Brad and I are full-time independent financial advisors. In number 2, we're ranked as one of the leaders. We are been the leaders for about the last 20 years, both nationally and in Pennsylvania. And we do several hundred bond issues a year as an independent financial advisor. We've worked with the district. I believe it goes back into the late 1980s. As Lou mentioned, he did a stint where he was the advisor to Penridge, and I took it over after Lou left. Historically, the district has always done competitive bond sales, where there's a competitive process, and on high noon on a certain day, the bids come in, and whoever is the best bidder, that's who the district goes with. You've also have used the Mass General Authority for some variable rate borrowings, and PFM is the program administrator for the pool program. In the chart that you see in front of you here, we highlighted in yellow in the last 2 years the different transactions we've done. The internet auctions, we've done over 100. We've done about 160 negotiated bond sales where the district picks an underwriter, and then we negotiate on your behalf with the interest rates and the bond discount and some of the other terms like call features, things like that. We've done a number of bank loans, which are we've done through a competitive process, and they've been successful in this low rate environment since COVID because the banks are interested in direct lending. And we've also done RFPs for negotiated sales on a competitive process. So about 200 or so are done in some sort of competitive bidding, and about 160 have been done in a negotiated process. Penridge, as I mentioned, has always done competitive. In a box here under number 6 in the gray, you can see the last, I think it's a dozen or so bond issues that you've done. And you can see how many bids you've received for those and the number of bidders. In the bidding auction, the way it works is the firms can submit multiple bids. So they can put in a bid and see if they're the lowest bid. And if not, they can refresh and put in multiple bids. So you can see there's a row that tells you how many bids we received from how many different bidders. One of the features that a competitive sale brings is the bond discount. is also determined at the time of pricing. It's not determined in advance. So the sale takes into account all of the interest rates and the bond discount. And sometimes the lowest bond discount is best, and sometimes a higher discount is better. Depends if the underwriters think they can sell the bonds with higher interest rates or with lower interest rates and a different bond discount. In number 7, we list I think there's 20 different firms that have bid on your bonds in the past, and they're all listed there. You see we've had a good scattering of different firms that were interested in the bonds. Okay, Brad?
There you go. Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. This is one of my few times that I've actually driven on these presentations, so I want to make sure I'm doing this all correctly. Lou did a really good job of laying out the district's debt profile, so I'm not going to go through all the details again. Similar to what Lou was talking about, you'll notice that we have this broken down by fixed rate debt as well as variable rate debt. The blue section in this area kind of lists all the fixed rate debt, and then highlighted in yellow are the bonds that we've talked about refinancing on a tax exempt basis. So those are all listed there as well. We also then listed in the red area, we have some information on the variable rate debt. But I think that one of the most important things to point out is if you go to the right, as was described earlier, look at how the district's debt has really been, it's accelerated to pay down. And in 2024, that number of $13 or so million is going to drop down to 6 and then 4 and so forth and so on. The longest debt really is related to the Voc Technical School. But I think it's really interesting to point that out because not only will you have less money to spend on debt service in the near future, but you may want to think about how we structure these savings. I know Lou mentioned that earlier about taking them up front, but to the extent we have any long-range planning, if there's any potential new projects at hand, maybe you can accelerate and pay the debt off a little bit more quickly if you so desire. So the district does have some options because of the different the various bond issues that are outstanding. And you may be able to look at, like I said, paying it off a little bit sooner. I think we'll get to some of those slides in just a little bit, but really wanted to kind of isolate. You have a very unique debt portfolio and a lot of opportunities here, and you've done a great job paying down your debt. So with rates being this low, we should really make sure we think about how we want to structure these savings. The next page, page 8, what we wanted to put here is, as Lou mentioned, we do a lot of work with a lot of school districts, a lot of local governments in Bucks County and in the Delaware Valley area. A lot of schools, you can see just about everybody in the county we serve as the independent financial advisor on. Again, some we work with Lou and RBC, some other different underwriters, some with a competitive process. But you can see we have a pretty good smattering of, and representation of working with your neighbors in Bucks County. I think there's only one district in the county that we don't work with, and that's Bristol Borough. But all the rest, you can see we're fairly experienced in that, and it's been so for quite some time. The next chart real quick is the current fixed rate bonds. I thought this was interesting to lay out. We've been showing in the debt summary the principal and interest payments, but what we tried to do here is list for you all the different bonds, the principal payments, and the actual fixed interest rate on each part of the maturities of each of the bonds. You'll see that the rates that you really have locked in and fixed rate are extremely low right now. They're really very attractive as it is. But if you move to the right and you look in the red, if we were able to do this refinancing, you could get an interest rate as low as 1%. So even though your rates are so low, your fixed rates are in the 2s, if you can cut your interest rate in half, you'd be able to experience significant savings. I'll get Glenn to go through some of those illustrations, but Mr. Verdelli's presentation showed you what type of opportunity there might be as well for that, as well as Lou mentioned too, a little bit about the variable rate bonds. There does seem to be an opportunity there to take some, I'll call it risk or uncertainty off the table. Although you've been budgeting very conservatively, it might be time to think about locking in those interest rates if you're going through a comprehensive debt restructuring or debt refunding, and maybe, as was mentioned earlier, administratively just have it be a little bit more straightforward. It's something you want to consider thinking through. while we do the
Well,
refinancing of the fixed rate bonds.
Brad, one of the things, just hold there for a second. One of the things on the variable rate bonds is when we talk about the savings for refunding them, with a variable rate bond, the interest rate actually changes once a week. And, so they've been doing that for years. And when we talk about refunding them, it's kind of, what do you compare the old bonds? When you issue new bonds, how do you compare it back to the old bonds where the interest rate is changing once a week? So in number 14 there, I think the district has been budgeting 4% for these variable rate bonds for maybe like close to 15 years. So you're budgeting of 4%, but the actual rate in number 13, you see the actual rate has been at 2.45 for about the last 2 years, but currently it's just over 1%. So when we compare a refunding and determine the savings, it's kind of their savings compared to what? The 4%, the 2.45%, or the 1.25. So it's a little confusing on when you start to say exactly what the savings are if you issue fixed rate bonds and compare it to a variable rate bond issue. Okay. On number 15, so there's really, we see it as 3 things. In letter A, we can do what we call a low fixed rate refunding, where we replace the new rates, and there's no extension of any of the final maturity dates. I mean, that's an option you have if we have more time to talk about, you could look at. But we think that the bank, if we went with a bank note refunding, there'd be a savings a little over $1.2 million. Sean asked us to quote savings as of July 31. I think the number was, we saw it as in the high 800s last Friday or 2 Fridays ago. Last week, the bond market improved. Since July 31, we see that number closer to $1 million as of today. In letter B, with respect to refunding the variable rate bonds, again, the savings are a number like 400,000. If you want to compare it to the 4% budgeted rate, it's probably a number like 170,000 if you compared it to the 245 average for the last 2 years. And it's just above break even if you compare it to the actual current rate. One of the other things in letter C, Brad mentioned that your debt drops off after years 4 or 5. That is something that I think if we had more time, we would spend some time discussing and educating you on how to restructure any refunding, either to take the savings up front, or do you want to do something to preserve the drop-off that you have coming in 2025?
Okay. The one thing that I did want to introduce, and Glenn just touched upon it, one thing that I wanted to add to what Mr. Verdelli was talking about was the bank loan option is something that we may want to consider because the term to the maturity is quite short, and we again have been seeing a lot of banks be interested in just directly purchasing those. I know that with some mutual clients that I've worked on with RBC, that's been something that we've considered as well. I just wanted to introduce that. So to the extent we're looking at the bond market data and comparing it to different bank loans, it might be a process we want to start. It's what we call dual tracking. So if the district was interested in moving forward with this, it might be a good idea to send an RFP to some different banks, see kind of where they see a bank loan to be. We get in touch with Sean and say, okay, if this doesn't work out and we want to do the bond issue, here's the different information we'll need to do and gather, because it's been about 5 years since the district's done a bond. So while that all is playing out, we could do this dual track and then also be in touch with the underwriters to determine where the municipal bond market is. But to Glenn's point, last week the market really got super hot. There was tremendous amount of demand for municipal and school bonds. So I would think that the savings number has grown since we ran these numbers a week and a half or so ago.
The other thing I would just mention is on the 2014 bond issue, we did not choose to include those at the moment as a taxable bond issue. The last time we looked at that, the there's what's called the negative arbitrage. So you issue bonds, you take the proceeds, you invest them to the call date, and there's a negative cost to carry the bonds until the call date. It's about 20 months out. And so we did not include those at this time. I think it's something that as the process, again, with some education, and the process moves forward, keep our eyes on it, and would be sort of a game time decision closer to the time of the bond sale, but they're not included here just because the negative cost, or the negative ARB to the call date, is more than the savings. So we didn't put those in. On page number 6, then, just in summary, again, in the purple option 1, we called that the refunding of the variable rate bonds, assuming a 4%. I think Lou mentioned you could spread the savings out however you'd like. We just showed them here spread evenly in the first 2 years. In the blue, the larger fixed rate refunding, again, could be handled differently, but we set it up as split evenly between the current school year and your next budget year.
Oh, this was, okay, Glenn. So this was another illustration, which was we thought would be worth at least putting together for the district. And this is an illustration whereby we actually accelerated the principal repayment on the refunding. If you look in column 3, you'll notice that the debt service, this is net of the PlanCon and the reimbursement that we talked about earlier. But you'll notice that the district's debt net-wise is about $12.2 million, then drops down to 5.9 in 2025 and so forth. This is an illustration where we actually paid off the debt a little bit sooner. And that is, if you compared column 3 to column 5, you'll notice that in 25 and 26, those fiscal years, the payment actually went up a little bit. So we could pay them down more quickly. But you'll notice that the debt was in 28 and 29. All that's left in 28 and 29 is your share of the Voc Technical School debt. And all your GEO debt would be paid off 2 years sooner. Again, keeping in mind that we want to factor in if there's any new projects you need to finance and things of the like. But we just thought we should illustrate for you, give you an idea of what something might look like where you really pay down the debt a little bit more quickly, as well as you still are able to get some savings up front in the first 2 years. That's just a little bit of a different structure.
And then lastly, on page number 8, this option 4 was in addition to the restructuring Brad talked about. It'd be possible to accelerate the VOTech debt as well, if that's what you chose to do. Right. Brad, we're running out of time. Why don't you just go to page 12 for a second? This was a competitive sale we had on August the 3rd. We had great results. Westchester's a natural AAA. Penridge is, I believe, a AA2. So Westchester's AAA, which is the highest rating. But the box at the bottom here shows how many different firms bid on the bonds and how many times they bid. You can see it was a very spirited auction. These firms, many of whom put in a total of 45 different bids trying to get to the bonds. And Fidelity Bank ended up being the lowest cost. So that's who Westchester went with. So why don't we I'll just wrap it up there and say we're happy to continue to work with the district and do the competitive sales. We're also happy to work with Lou. We have a good relationship with RBC, and we'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And, as far as the AA rating, that's based on what I think, is it 2015? And so when we redo that, there's potential that we could go up to a AAA rating with how much our profile has changed since then, right?
That's correct. That was from 5 years ago.
Right. Okay. My hope is that these scenarios will look even better, but we have no way of knowing that until we run that again. But one of the things that we're looking at, and I appreciate the different options that both companies have provided. We're looking at some getting to a point where, we can pay cash to do a lot of the projects that we need to do. I mean, $13 million added to the budget every year instead of paying it towards interest and debt is pretty substantial. And even the $6 million drop. And, we are looking at, we have some elementary buildings that aren't completely air conditioned yet. We need we have some parity things with different schools in the district. So there's some big projects that would be helpful to be able to tackle. So those presentations help. One of the questions that I had, you both have very different structures as far as how you handle this kind of refinancing, and I just wanted to give you each a moment to kind of explain why you think that your methodology is more beneficial and better financially for the district than the other kind of methodology. I don't know who wants to go first.
We'll stay in the same order. So I guess the negotiated, if we think about school districts that choose to work just with RBC, I think their decisions are, they like to know who their underwriter is that's going to share with them market information, constant feedback. Like, for example, this week there's $9.5 billion of bonds that are going to be priced. And knowing that information, when we think about going to the market, what's the right time? They like having the underwriter as part of their team and coming to your board meetings, sharing that information, knowing who is going to actually purchase the bonds. And it's a process that we go out when we're selling bonds, we're taking orders from all kinds of investors, mutual funds, BlackRock, Vanguard, Goldman Sachs. They're all placing orders with us, as well as property and casualty insurance companies. So we kind of take all of those orders from all around the country, all types of investors and retail investors, and put them all together to try and get the best interest rates for our clients. And oftentimes that's done working with somebody like Glenn and Brad, whereas the financial advisor to the district, they look at the interest rates that we present and say, this is where we think the market is. And they look at all the sales and transactions that they see, and they either say, yeah, that looks right, or maybe you guys ought to do a little bit better, or wow, you guys are even better than some of the other things that we're seeing out there. So it's more, I think, the comfort level that districts have of knowing who their underwriter is, that we're going to bring ideas, whereas the internet process that Glenn described, all of those firms they'll show up and give you a bid at 12 o'clock on a certain day, but they'll never bring you any of these ideas that we just shared with you, that when the market's moving quickly and taxable rates drop, that, hey, this is an opportunity you can take advantage of quickly, and your business manager can call us and say, what's going on in the marketplace? And we're the ones. So I think most of our clients say, we like the service of working with an underwriting firm that we know, and they have a financial advisor like BFM saying, and the interest rate that they're pricing your bonds at is on the market. So they feel confident that they're really getting the best of both worlds.
I think what Lou said is fair. Some people like to have two sets of eyes on a project, PFM and RBC. RBC is the largest. They're in the market regularly. We see their pricing and can, tell the district that that's where we think the bond should be priced. Maybe we'll give them a tentative scale in advance of where we think it should get done at. Other districts would like us to squeeze out the last few $1,000s. They don't care who their underwriting firm is. They don't want to have a deep relationship. They just want to see the lowest price on, at noon on the day they're selling their bonds. That's who they want to do business with. And so many folks are happy with that and what the bidding process does.
So there's less flexibility then as far as timing, right? Because you get a set time and that's what it is, and there's not as much where you can kind of play the market a little bit more. Is that fair? Or?
Well, we used to pick the board meeting dates only for the competitive bond sales. Recently, we've done what are parameters where the board approves the documentation. We can sell the bonds that day, or we can sell the bonds anytime for the next 6 months, depending on how the market looks. But I think The negotiated sale allows you to maybe go in and out of the market a little quicker, but we have more flexibility than we used to with the competitive bidding.
Okay, thank you. And it's helpful. I appreciate having the apples to apples comparison with the presentations and the same date, because obviously when the market is changing daily, it's a lot more difficult to compare those things when we're not looking at the apples to apples comparison. I want to ask, are there any other board members who have questions?
I was just going to ask a question about, in the first presentation, there was an item called the paying agent savings. And I was wondering, what kind of fees are associated with the refinancing? Although I have to say that the options look really attractive to save the district money. So if you can't go into it now, I guess we're not deciding anyway tonight, so you could always send that along later.
Generally speaking, the all-in costs are around 1 to 1.5%. That includes legal, credit rating, printing, our fees, underwriting fees. You would see a list of those and get to approve them before anything went forward. But I'm sure Lou included it as we included some cost of issuance in each of the savings options we showed you.
And I would agree with that. The only thing I would add is that what's unique is, well, the fees that Glenn just described are ones that are just paid one time at settlement when you do the transaction. I shared those paying agent fees because that's the only one that continues every year that your bonds are outstanding. Each year you have to pay an annual fee. So by having all of those different issues outstanding, we can refund them all into one. Those will be fees that you don't have to pay going forward. So that's the main reason we just highlighted that one set of kind of the one party in a bond issue. They're the only ones that get a fee every year.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Any other board members have questions? It's hard to flip through and find you all to see if you're unmuted. So if you just want to speak up, it'll be easier than me trying to find if you're unmuted. Mr. Gerhardt, I think you're unmuted though.
Oh yeah, I'm unmuted. No, I don't have any questions. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. So if there's no questions, then at this point, I just want to thank all three of you for coming out and presenting all of this information. Board members will continue to read through and digest it, and we'll get questions out, any additional questions out to you, and be in touch about how to move forward. But thank you for all of the helpful information. We really appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Be well.
Mrs. Banis Clemens, I would just say that these three individuals are extremely professional people in their field of work, and you saw that tonight. They were expecting to present by themselves to you, not together, so they can, these people can pivot. They've been doing this work a long time, and they're all very good at what they do.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for the kind words, Sean.
Okay, we'll sign off.
We're hanging up. Okay.
Okay, have a good
Thank you
evening.
very much.
Thank
Good
you.
evening.
Night. And next, we're going to move on to public comment. There's going to be 4 public comment periods this evening because we have this committee meeting and then we move into the special board meeting. So the first comment period is going to be just for agenda items for this committee meeting only. And according to policy 903, public comment, which is limited to 3 minutes, should be directed to the presiding officer rather than individual board members, district employees, or members of the public. For confidentiality and privacy rights, specific comments regarding particular individuals must be communicated privately to the school board and superintendent via email at psdschoolboard@penridge.org. And we tend to wait till the end of the comment period to address questions and comments. So, just so you kind of know what to expect if some of you are new. I know 300 is a little bit higher than we're used to expecting, but I think it shows that it was definitely a benefit this evening to hold this meeting virtually so that everyone has the opportunity to attend, because I don't know that everybody would have been as I don't know that it would have been as easy for all of these people to attend in an in-person environment, and certainly we would have been over what the state would like to see us do. So with that being said, are there any public comments? And if you have a public comment, please unmute and we will try to get through and call on you that way.
Mrs. Banis Clemens, is this the appropriate time to address concerns about the health and safety plan?
Yes, because that is on the committee meeting
I have
agenda.
a prepared statement I'd like to make.
Sure.
My name is Jim Valletta, and I'm the president of the Penn Ridge Education Association. I'm a West Rock Hill resident and the proud father of 2 daughters who attend school in Penn Ridge, and I'm honored to represent over 500 Penn Ridge Education Association members who are the professional staff working in our district. I want to make clear that Penn Ridge teachers, nurses, school counselors, and psychologists want to return to work in less than 1 month. We are professionals who strive to do our jobs well. As the new school year approaches, the Penn Ridge School Board holds the responsibility for deciding what type of educational format will be used this fall, whether it be some type of live instruction or remote learning. We hope they recognize the new state guidelines that were released today. In addition, they will be making decisions about the health and safety of Penn Ridge students and staff amid a global pandemic. These are grave decisions that require careful, precise thought and planning and should be based on scientific data. If the board determines that staff and students will return to face-to-face teaching and learning this fall, the Penn Ridge Education Association asks that the health and safety of students and staff be the top priority. This includes mandatory mask wearing inside buildings for students, staff, and anyone who enters our schools. Mask wearing should be required regardless of distance and with exceptions only for eating in exceedingly rare circumstances which are addressed in the current state mandate. This common sense approach to mask wearing is identical to the one required for every public building or business in every community across the Commonwealth. Allowing students and staff to assume more health risks than is tolerated elsewhere in our society is exceptionally poor public policy and is dangerous. In addition to requiring the wearing of masks, the Penn Ridge Education Association has and will continue to advocate for at least 6 feet of distance between student desks and implore that the quarantine procedures put into place treat COVID-19 differently from every other infectious disease. The teaching staff and community deserve an answer from the school board regarding this basic question. How many staff members and students can be infected with the coronavirus until the board recognizes the deadly power of this disease calls for heightened planning and a move to distance learning? Common sense health precautions must be more important than using the minimum standards allowable. In full disclosure to the public, our union has addressed these concerns with Dr. Bolton and the board prior to this meeting, and very little in the district's health and safety plan has been changed or improved. A petition with the names of an overwhelming majority of Penn Ridge professional staff supporting the health and safety improvements advocated by the PEA was shared with Dr. Bolton and the school board earlier today. For the safety of our entire community, students, their families, and all Penn Ridge employees, we urge the Penn Ridge School District to make a firm commitment to implementing robust protocols that will reduce the risk of sickness and loss of life during this pandemic. At this moment, being Penn Ridge proud requires that this school board and district administration do better.
Thank you, Mr. Valletta. And again, we'll address questions and comments at the end of the comment period. Are there any other public comments?
Yes. I would like to make a comment and agree. Majority of schools are doing virtual.
Could you just identify yourself with your name and municipality?
Oh, yes. My name is Lisa Hinkson, Penn Ridge School District. My daughter is in the middle school. And I'd like to understand, what is the rationale for us not going 100% virtual when most schools are going virtual? It is safer for our children, educators, school staff, bus staff, and the entire county. Plus, it would create an equal schooling amongst all of the children. Why is that not how we are going when other school districts are doing that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments from the public? I don't see anyone unmuting. So
So
if,
I'm sorry, my name's not Karen, I'm Karen's husband. So,
could you just state your full name and municipality?
yeah, sure, my name is Jason Rowan. I have 2 kids going to Siler at the moment. So I just want to make sure that, you know, as part of this conversation, I want to make sure that everyone is aware of the current data out there. You know, what is the prevalence of the virus out there right now? Because, you know, a month or 2 ago, it was 1 out of 300. If those numbers were the same as they are today, I would say it would not be a good idea to send my kids to a school with, say, 1,500, you know, kids. That means 3 of them are going to be infected, most likely. And, you know, it spreads very, very quickly. If the numbers are, you know, 1 in 3,000, then I would say, you know, my opinion would be different. So I want to make sure that, you know, when we make these decisions about, you know, when to send the kids back, you know, how we're going to send them back, you know, I want this all to be based on actual data and not just, you know, feelings. That's all.
Thank you.
I have something.
You sound really far away.
Oh, can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay, so my name is Katie. I have a daughter that is...
Last name, please?
Katie Rulin, sorry.
That's okay.
I have a daughter in Sellersville. She'll be starting 1st grade. And then I have another daughter that is actually just in preschool in Souderton. And I'm an ER nurse at Grandview. So I think my biggest concerns since COVID started, my daughter has language processing disorder, which is automatically given her anxiety. Since COVID has started, I know we all had to stop all this in the beginning as precautionary because we have to protect everyone. We have to protect our children. But I think that the mental health effects that it's had on children is pretty significant. And this is my first point that I want to get across. So now we have her in therapy because her anxiety is through the roof, her routine's off. And I work night shift. So for me to be a teacher, not saying that this is what I need you guys for, why I need school to be open, but I do want my child to be in class learning because that's where she learns best. But also, I have to say that working at Grandview, not one of mine or of me or my coworkers have gotten COVID. And we are not in full PPE the whole time. And we're talking N95s and such. I work in a department where we work in the unknown. Everything is unknown for us. So what I'm trying to get at is that if I wear my mask or my daughter wears her mask or shield, and the next person, you know, everyone else in their class wears their mask and shield, I would have to say that the prevalence of catching it, I would think would be small as long as we're all doing our part. And saying that, I'm trying to say that if my coworkers and I weren't wearing masks left and right at all times, then, you know, one of us would have gotten COVID. But we just wear basic masks the whole time. Now, if we question somebody that comes in with a fever, then we don our PPE, our N95s and such like that. I think it would be this similar situation that if a child has a fever you would think that that parent would be responsible enough not to send their child to school. So I think that I've seen all of what you guys are putting in place as far as the face shields and the distancing of the desks and, the hybrid, which I think is actually really helping. And looking at all your statistics, that there's only going to be half the amount of children in school at one point. So I think it's honestly detrimental that we do get our children back into school, not just virtual, because they're not learning that way. They're not. And I think that, yes, COVID is serious, but if we all do our own part, I mean, my kids are very good with hand washing. We go out to the store and they come out and they're like, Mom, can I touch my face? No, you cannot. You have to wait until we get home. And as soon as we get home, they go right to the bathroom. I think it's pretty not simple, but I think it would be an easy instruction that if parents aren't doing that at home, that we can at least do that in school. And it just goes to show, even still with everyone that I work with in my ER, not one of us have gotten COVID. And any patient coming through those doors could have COVID, but we have our masks on and that person has their mask on. So the percentage of contracting COVID, I don't think is going to be as significantly high as some people are concerned about. So, I mean, I know that was like all.
Ms. Whelan, I'm sorry to interrupt. You've hit your 3 minutes. Could you summarize very quickly, please?
I just think that, I think that the prevalence of, if we all do our parts and teach our children about hand washing and doing their, what they need to be doing in order for schools to be open, I think that, the prevalence of contracting COVID is not going to be as significant as what everyone is afraid of. And, it's warranted to be afraid. But I think once the entire school district gets into the routine of masks and hand washing and such like that and the social distancing, it's not going to be as scary and unnerving as everyone feels that it is right now.
Thank you, Mrs. Whelan.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I have a comment. My name is Beth Feast. I'm from Sellersville Borough. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for all of your hard work and dedication, not just to the students, but us parents as well and the community. Very quickly, as a healthcare provider as well, who has directly worked with COVID-19 with patients and staff members, I am for going back to school. My daughter is going into kindergarten this year. However, I do have a lot of concerns with the younger group of kids, how you can get the kids to actually go and wear their masks appropriately. I mean, are you going to spend more time instructing children on how to wear their masks and wash their hands, or are you going to spend more of your time on classroom instruction? I think it's going to be a difficult transition for everybody, and I don't think there's the right answer I don't think there's one right answer. So I guess my biggest concern is, how do we get the younger children to comply with all of the regulations? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
My name is Vanis Clemens. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Sure. Can you state your name and municipality, please?
Tom Moran from Dublin. I have a daughter going into 11th grade at the high school. And first, I'd like to thank the administration and the board for their tireless efforts in these unprecedented times. Nobody wants this. We'd like nothing more for our daughter to go back to high school, but we can't ignore that there's a worldwide pandemic going on, and our country continues to be hit the hardest. The latest CDC data is showing children aged 5 to 17 with the highest positive testing rate. As schools throughout the country open, they're shutting down again due to outbreaks. According to data from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association, over the past 2 weeks, 97,000 children have tested positive, which is an increase of 40%. Several areas school districts in Bucks and Montgomery have chosen virtual learning for at least the first part of the year, including Central Bucks, who just announced that they're dropping hybrid and going all virtual, reassessing in November. This is safe and smart. And the fact is, we're entering cold and flu season with so many symptoms. How can parents know if their child has COVID, the flu, or a common cold? How do you know when to safely send your child to school? How do you know when to be tested for COVID? Private labs currently take 5 to 8 days to provide results. How can tracing even be effective with lag times like that? At this time, there's only one safe way for our kids to learn, and that's virtually. The district has learned a lot since the end of last school year, so virtual learning can be much more effective, no doubt. And this won't be forever. A vaccine is imminent. Why risk our children, teachers, staff, and community for a disruptive learning process at school? A lot's not known about the virus, including long-term effects on those who have been infected. Dr. Larry Brilliant, who is a former leading WHO doctor, has said that schools often spark respiratory disease and influenza season, with infected children bringing viruses home. This allows COVID-19 to grow and spread to areas where it's caused little disruption so far. And this is a difficult decision not to be taken lightly, but shouldn't we err on the side of caution? Do we really want to experiment with our children? Would even one grieving family be worth the decision to reopen? So I implore the board to consider going with an all virtual agenda for at least the first marking period so that we can see what the world's going to be like at that point, or what our community is going to be like. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments? If you can just speak up, we'll take the first person who speaks. It's a little hard to scroll through 300 people. I see one person trying to speak, but I think you're on mute.
You're raising your hand and it says Penridge teacher, but we cannot hear you.
You are unmuted, but there's something wrong with the sound.
On my screen, the Penridge teacher block says that it is muted.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
she
not-
was trying to talk when it was unmuted too.
Oh, okay.
You're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. Sorry, let's move on while she tries that, Ms. Dennis-Clemens, see if there's any others.
Okay, any other public comments?
Yep, I've got one. This is Josh Hogan, West Rock Hill Township. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you know what, if you can't get your, I'm sorry, one second. If you can't get your sound to work, if you want to quickly email me, I can read your public comment for you if you can keep it short to mbanisclemens@penridge.org. I'll read your comment for you since there's no sound. I don't want you to not be able to speak. And then that'll give you time, maybe by the end of public comment, I can read that if you can't get the sound fixed. Sorry. Mr. Hogan, I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead, West Rock Hill Township, you said.
Yep, thanks. Joshua Hogan, West Rock Hill. Following up to the last comment, we're going to have hundreds of people on this call who are very afraid of this, but it is wild and outlandish to suggest the things that were being suggested. We are the only country in the world remotely considering this. Even Israel, who's being lambasted as like the core reason for us all to believe that school children are somehow at risk or that they're somehow going to, contribute to some large community transmission. Even they have a plan that includes going back to school. I'll just go through some of the science so that people can understand, hopefully, that this is not what it's being made out to be. They come out, put all over the news, 100,000 new cases in those last 2 weeks of July. How many of them got sick? Kids do not get sick from this. They just don't. As a point here, let's talk about some of the studies, okay? Sweden never closed schools for students up to the age of 15. Finland, right next to them, did. Both of them had the exact same rate of infection because if kids are at home, they're not just locked up. They're gonna see people. There's gonna be household transmission. The South Korean study, which is being touted as proving that kids can get it and can transmit, that study proves that transmission actually takes place in the household much more than it does in schools or any other setting. So again, Finland and Sweden, two totally different settings, exact same rate of infection among school-age children. Iceland does a study. They genetically sequence every single person who's found to be positive. They sequence what they find. actually tracing from person to person, so they can look at the mutations that occurred as the virus hops from person to person and trace it out. And it definitively shows no children to adult transmission. To this day, there is not one confirmed case in the whole entire world of a student transmitting to a teacher. That has not happened. And in Europe, so many countries open with all kinds of different policies, some with masks, some not, some with social distancing, some not. Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Germany, France, all of them have studies that you can go read, and they all definitively say this is safe. We don't know what people are worrying about. So the thing I want to say is this is wild and outlandish. We are the only country in the world that is even remotely playing this game.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Elia Garrison, and I have 4 children in the district. I have 2 in elementary school and 2 in middle school.
And your municipality too, please?
Bedminster. We're the Bedminster Elementary and North Middle School. As a former teacher and mother, I'm well aware of the difficulties that many will face because of this virus. But I feel that many people are forgetting one important factor in all of this. Many people are asking to go virtual from a place of privilege. Most parents will have no issue helping their children in this district reach their potential. But by going online, many children will fall behind because they don't have the support system they will need. I know me and my husband will be able to help our children, but I know many kids that are friends of theirs that won't have that ability. This isn't a level playing ground for our kids. Many kids don't have access to internet, and if they do, they don't have the support from parents. Countries around the world are opening their schools. There is no guarantee we will have a vaccine or a time frame, so we will have the goalposts move again. We were asked for our input, and more than half the parents said they wanted their kids to go back. It's not that we don't love our children, but we realize how important it is for their mental well-being to go back to school. If a parent feels that their child shouldn't be there, then they're given that option. If a parent feels that their child should go to the school, then it should be that option as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Hi, my name's Kelly Lang. I have a comment. I'm from East Rock Hill Township. My one son goes to Siler, and my other son goes to North. I just wanted to speak. I know I had emailed Dr. Bolton this. I wanted to speak on the special education. I was one of the parents that said I did want my children to go back full time because I saw my one son who's in the autistic support struggle and regress from March to June because he didn't have his supports, his PCA, his special education teacher, his therapies. He was not able to focus in an online virtual program. So for me, I just have that concern if we don't go back in person, if there's going to be anything that would be set in place for these kids that do have special needs that can't function and aren't getting their IEP needs met virtually. So that was just one comment that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Clemens, the same lady is trying again. We still cannot hear you.
I did receive your email though, so I'll read your comment. I think there's more than one person because I just got 3. So I think there's 3 people trying to speak who can't. So I'll start with the first one. John Carey. I'm the father of 3 boys that attend Penridge. Dan, I won't read your kids' names. They all desperately want to go back to school. One is a freshman, one is a sophomore, one is a junior. They all desperately want to go back to school. The one thing they agree on is that virtual learning does not work and it is setting the kids back. The kids will be safe if they follow the original safety protocols. That was it from that one. Lori Rorvik. I would like to know if Penridge School District was able to purchase the sanitizing equipment needed to clean the classrooms, library, etc., to keep the schools clean for our children. And the last one, Colleen Colzer. The mental health of many children, most commonly in elementary age, needs to be researched. Many children need in-person instruction for their overall mental health and well-being. Children with supports will suffer. Additionally, it is important to state surrounding districts have gone virtual for various reasons. To say it is not safe is far too blanket of a statement. And that was Percy Borough. Okay. Last call for public comment.
I have a comment I'd like to make.
Sure.
My name is Brenda Wonshock. I'm from Bedminster, and I've been a proud Penridge educator for 31 years. Each year on the first day of school, I explain to my class how much I care about them. My number one priority is always and always will be to keep my students safe, physically as well as emotionally. A very close second priority is to ensure their learning of grade level content and to even have some fun along the way. I'm empathic, compassionate, and caring, and I teach my students to treat others in the same manner. Therefore, it's extremely unfortunate and very disappointing to me that we have come to a place where our own Penridge School District officials do not seem to value others' safety in the same way our teachers do. It's true there is much for the scientific community to learn about COVID-19 and its side effects. However, there are many things we do know. We do know that it can affect anyone, regardless of age. We do know that by opening schools, many will get COVID-19, and sadly, some may even die. Let that sink in. Some may even die. And yet here we are tonight making life and death decisions for our students, our employees and families about opening schools. I ask each of you here tonight, where is your care? Where is your empathy? Where is your compassion and concern for others? We are putting our community's children and adults' lives at risk. Please make safety our number one priority by opening schools in a virtual manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Miller, Mrs. Dolan somehow got kicked out. Can you try to get her back in? And any other public comments? Okay. So we do have Dr. Damsker here this evening to join our meeting. So rather than for me to address a lot of these questions, I think it makes sense to have him share the medical perspective first. And whatever is not addressed in that dialogue, then we can try to address individually. Some of the things that were brought up, I also plan to speak to, but I would prefer to wait to speak to them anyway until I've heard from everyone. But I plan to speak to those when that motion comes forward at the special board meeting, and I'm sure that other board members have thoughts that they want to share on some of those topics as well. But this is a topic I certainly don't want to speak for everyone, because I don't know that we all have very different opinions on all of these things. So we will try to answer all of the questions throughout, and between now and that vote on this. So thank you all for sharing your comments on this topic. And next we are going to have the presentation of the Penridge School District Health and Safety Plan by Dr. Abarchak.
Yes, I'm just going to pull it up here. Give me 1 second. Ms. Miller, for some reason, I have it open on my computer, but it's not showing in my shared screens that I can share that presentation.
Try to drag it over onto your other screen, Tony.
There we go. Thank you.
Got it.
So good evening, school board members and members of the Penridge community. I'm here tonight to share the school district phased reopening plan for health and safety. And this is the plan that was put out as a template, well, is put out by the PDE, that this was a presentation, a plan that we need to put together to be reviewed by the board and then voted upon at some point. So I'm just going to give a brief overview, and then as Ms. Banis-Clemens indicated, Dr. Damsker is going to be available for additional questions. So I'm just going to give an overview of what the plan entailed. And this was having a pandemic coordinator and team, and we came together. We met several times between different teachers, administrators, and other staff members to organize our plan. That consisted of different strategies, policies, and procedures. And as you can see, they are cleaning, social distancing, monitoring student staff health, and other considerations as part of the plan itself. There we go. As we said, professional development is also part of that plan, and how we will inform public and students and staff in regards to all these strategies and policies put in place, as well as the communications we'll be using. The phases, which people are well aware of, there's the red phase, yellow phase, and green phase. This basically just broke it down into what the definitions of those different phases mean in regards for our schools. The red phase meaning remain closed for in-person instruction and all instruction, whereas the yellow phase and green phase, schools may provide in-person instruction and developing a written health and safety plan, which again has to be approved. We have the pandemic coordination team, where we had the health and safety plan team. These individuals played the role in as part of developing that plan. And then the other individuals of the pandemic crisis response team, which will be ongoing, and a role in decision-making and the efforts to help put together the plan and execute it. The strategies, policies, and procedures. As you can see, these are the different action steps that are followed under each of the different phases. So under yellow phase, green phase, and giving the action steps that are required under each of these. And then the lead individual and positions, we have the list as part on that action plan of those who are involved and their individual responsibilities for developing the plan. We had to include the materials and resources and supports that would be needed, such as the disinfectants that people were talking about, the water bottle fillers to be installed in the different buildings, and so on. And then again, the professional development, and that was to be as part of the implementation to staff, students, and families.
Browser?
Other stakeholders.
Oh, why?
The cleaning, sanitizing, disinfecting, and ventilation piece. As you can see, these are the areas that we addressed as in part of the plan. The 2 times a daily disinfecting of high-touch surfaces, those designated water bottle filling stations, the regular cleaning and disinfecting that we would do on a regular basis and at nighttime. The classroom being supported with the necessary cleaning supplies for an as-needed basis, the hand washing and sanitizing throughout the day, that increased ventilation of use of fans, open windows, and increasing the ventilations within our buildings, and the use of plexiglass barriers that are acceptable, or applicable, I'm sorry, that are applicable in the buildings. The social distancing and other safety protocols are the 6-foot social distancing when students are seated, sitting in the same direction. Otherwise, students would have to wear a mask and or face shields to be worn during that time, if less than the 6 feet. The use of cafeteria and classrooms for lunch, again, 6 feet seating during the eating time and seated in one facing direction. Hand sanitizer stations throughout the building. I know that Mr. Harper has worked to increase the number of hand sanitizer stations throughout the buildings. The non-essential visitors or volunteers permitted in the buildings at this time, that we would have essential visitors that would be necessary to comply with all district protocols during their visits if we needed that situation. And any PE and recess equipment to be kept to single use, and if used, disinfected and stored for a period of time until the next possible use. Along with the social distancing, students will be assigned their own materials, minimizing the hands-on manipulatives. Our transportation, limiting to 2 students per seat. Siblings, sitting together, wearing masks during that time and face shields. Educating students and drivers on protocols, the procedures for that transportation component. Increased ventilation on vehicles, meaning the windows being open and allowing more fresh air to circulate through the bus when weather's on-site before and after care. As you know, we have the Kids Care program and having discussions with them to abide by all district protocols and procedures that are put in place. And obviously field trips at this time would be prohibited until further notice. So monitoring of student and staff health, again, educating all stakeholders of how to monitor and care for themselves, disclosing symptoms and wearing a face mask and shield. And if they were disclosing symptoms, that they would be placed in a temporary isolation spot within the building and then asked to be picked up by the parent, or if it's a staff member asking to leave for, until further notice. The nurses would be the ones to assess staff and students when presenting symptoms and take necessary action. Not to say they're testing them in the school day, but if they're demonstrating symptoms, that we take the precautions and follow the isolation and dismissal from schools. So each of the buildings, as I mentioned, would have an isolation area for any student or staff member exhibiting symptoms until the time they can be picked up or can leave the building. Teachers will be trained to aware of student exhibiting those symptoms, following Department of Health guidelines regarding any students, and consulting with the Department of Health in relation to any closures due to positive cases. The other considerations for staff and students who are at high risk, to be aware of those situations and to work on a one-on-one basis with those situations. Specific plans to ensure increased precautions and recommendations for all staff to wear face coverings and shields, in addition to the face coverings while interacting with students, and when they're unable to distance less than 6 feet. So at this time, I will turn the presentation back over to Ms. Banis-Clemens and Dr. Damsker.
Hey, thank you. Dr. Damsker, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much, Megan. I appreciate you guys having me on tonight. I just want to start off real quickly, just talk about the current status of COVID here in Bucks County. We have about 6,800 cases, all told, and that, of course, includes everybody from early mid-February when it started all the way through today. Most of those cases, thankfully, 85% to 90% have been released already, so they have been released from isolation. They're no longer infectious. Unfortunately, of course, a few hundred of those people have passed away from this disease. The vast majority of whom were certainly in our long-term care facilities because they're our most frail population. We currently in the Pennridge community, in the municipalities that make up Pennridge School District, I went over the numbers this afternoon, and we currently have 6 active cases of coronavirus in the entire Pennridge School District. That includes all municipalities, both Rock Hills and Silverdale. We cleared some over the last several days. And what that tells you is that the prevalence in the Pennridge School District is low, very low. Of course, the rest of the county has to be taken into account. No one stays in a school district, but it's a really good sign, certainly, for the Pennridge School District. The other Upper County school districts are in a similar situation, but overall, that entire area of the county is doing very well. I want to say that the last, people have been talking about the summer surge that we've kind of had, and after we went to green, we had the 4th of July holidays. People were going out. They're still going to the shore now. They're getting infected at the shore now. They have had gatherings at their homes, private parties, other things. We've had many cases from those. We're hoping that the word has kind of gotten out, and it seems to be doing much better. Over the last couple of weeks here in Bucks County, we have certainly had our numbers go down, especially in the last week. It's not just in Bucks County, it's in southeastern Pennsylvania, and the entire state together is, we had a little bit of a summer swoon, I guess you want to call it. And then the last couple weeks, the numbers are coming back down again. And I think that's partly because people are realizing, hey, some of the travel, maybe people have stopped traveling to some of those higher risk states. Some of those parties are now over. We have, people that were sick, they got sick at a party, they gave it to their family members, and now those family members are all okay again. So we definitely had a spike, and we're definitely seeing a downward trend. I anticipate that downward trend will continue until we hit a certain baseline. And I'm not sure what that baseline is. Nobody knows exactly, but we had a low baseline prior to us moving back into green. One of the reasons we got into yellow and green is because our case numbers were pretty good. On average, I would say over the past week, we had about 22 cases per day. Over the past 4 or 5 days, over the last week, maybe closer to 28, 30. And what we're hoping is that we get to a baseline. And what that means is a baseline means, look, all the stores are open, the hospitals are open, everyone's out and about doing stuff. And in the absence of a vaccine, there's no way you're ever going to get to 0 cases. Even with a vaccine, you figure some people aren't going to get the vaccine. The vaccine's not going to work perfectly. And there's still going to be an underlying, again, baseline number of cases that'll be circulating. We have that with a lot of our diseases. We still get a couple cases of mumps every year. If you get it to the wrong person who's not been vaccinated, who has, been in the wrong place at the wrong time, a lot of diseases are still around. And coronavirus is going to be around for quite a long time, regardless of whether we have a vaccine or not. Vaccine will obviously help. It'll develop, the more people that get vaccinated, even if it doesn't work 100% of the time, it'll allow us to have sort of a herd immunity with regards to the vaccine. So it'll be harder to get people infected because a lot of people are immune. But overall, we're going to continue to have coronavirus for the near future, certainly, and possibly, a little bit further into the future. And that's sort of the guy. And I use that attitude sort of when I go, and we'll get into this later, I'm sure, about some of the quarantine things that our guidance has come up with and how we treat coronavirus related to other diseases. It's because this is going to become a chronic communicable disease in our community, and we have to start treating it like that. And we'll get to that. But that's sort of where I'm going with some of we're keeping kids in classrooms after a case and those kinds of things. And I'm happy to get into all that as we go forward with questions.
I do want to introduce, for those of you who may not know who you are, so that they know why you were invited and what you're speaking and where these questions came from. So first of all, thank you. Dr. Damsker is the director of the Bucks County Department of Health. And so he has been one of the persons who has met weekly with the 13 superintendents and 3 career technical ed. We meet twice a week. Dr. Damsker is often on both of those calls, but always on one of those calls, and has been one of our chief resources as we've looked at data, as well as recommendations from all medical organizations, not just the state and the local. He also helps us to interpret information from the CDC or the American Academy of Pediatrics or from other countries as we read articles and get information from people. He's been a huge help that way. When we announced our plan last week, we also asked people to submit questions. I've been receiving questions since March, and so we've created an FAQ. Some of those are here tonight for him to repeat, as well as the questions that were sent in from community members over the last week. And so we've tried to theme those. We've tried to and present those to Dr. Damsker tonight so that he can respond to those pieces. So Dr. Damsker, I'm going to move on, if that's okay with you. The next question is, you mentioned number of cases. Are there other metrics that you look at when you're trying to determine recommendations for the community?
Sure. Probably the most important one is hospitalizations. I'm sure everyone on this call heard about, when we first started this back in March, we talked about flattening the curve. You haven't heard that too much lately because we flattened the curve in most respects, especially with respect to hospitalizations. That is why this is if the virus is deadly, if this was just a regular cold, right? If this was just a regular rhinovirus or a regular coronavirus, which in most cases causes a regular cold, even if half the population had it, we wouldn't care, right? We wouldn't care about the number of cases because it's such a benign disease. Well, coronavirus, for the most part, and again, there's obviously a big but with that, it's a pretty benign disease in most of the people that get coronavirus. And so we did have a summer little spike, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, but our hospitalizations and deaths have continued to drop. And our hospitalizations right now are about the same as they were in mid-March, right before we closed school. So our hospitalizations are doing really well. Our deaths are now thankfully down to a couple a month. And those metrics should be what we're considering as to be really important, right? If all 600,000 people in Bucks County all get coronavirus, but only 3 people are in the hospital, is it a big deal, right? And I'm not saying coronavirus is not a big deal, don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is, even with our summer increase of cases, our hospitalization rates and death rates continue to drop. And a big part of that is because the cases are no longer in our long-term care facilities. We still get a couple here and there, but they have transitioned into a healthier and younger population, which is the majority of the people in Bucks County. And those people, they get sick. Some people don't feel great, no question about it, but they're not sick enough to go to the hospital in almost all cases. So the metrics that I'm looking at, and I have been looking at all along, are the hospitalization data. And I'm continuing to look at that every single week. Tomorrow morning, I have a phone call with all 6 hospitals that I have all the time. And I anticipate the numbers will stay the same or go down. So that's the number one metric I think right now we need to be looking at, more than anything else.
Are there metrics that you will use to determine whether either individual classrooms, maybe an entire school, or the entire district needs to be closed down to face-to-face instruction? But like, what would have to be true for you to be making that recommendation?
Sure. Well, what I would do to close face-to-face instruction, I would need to see proof of intra-school spread. So what that means is, let's say we have, let's say we open up the first week of Penridge, God forbid, right? We have 4 cases of kids in the schools that end up testing positive. First, we look at how they got the disease. All 4 of them could have easily gotten it. Somebody just came back from LBI. Someone else just got it from their dad, who's a police officer. Someone else, and they didn't get it from school. They got it from being outside of school. So there's a big difference between that and having a bunch of cases in the same classroom that got it from the same person in that classroom. We think we can avoid that by practicing all the things your health and safety plan has in it. So that's the major metric I would look at when it comes to shutting down a classroom or a school, or even more, if we see intra-school spread of this virus, which means that our health and safety plans may not be adequate.
Staying on that topic, how will the Department of Health decide if students, staff, or even an entire classroom need to quarantine because of a positive COVID case?
Yeah, and so what we expect now, as I mentioned this a minute ago, but if let's say, a boy in a 5th grade class ends up testing positive for COVID for whatever reason, our policy is we want to keep that teacher teaching, we want to keep that classroom moving along. And we can do that. We're all by moving into something called modified quarantine. Modified quarantine means that there's people, we do this all the time. We've been doing this now since March. We've been using modified quarantine for essential workers and others for months, and it's worked really, really well. And what that means is you have to wear a mask pretty much all the time. So we would ask that classroom to mask up at all times, because they were technically considered to be exposed to that child, even though they were always masked or they were always 6 feet apart, which of course is a magical number for reducing the risk of spread. But we would ask that classroom potentially, and again, it's often done on a case-by-case basis, but if a boy is positive in that 5th grade class, we would ask everyone in that classroom to keep their mask on, for the duration of the incubation period from the last exposure when that child was ill. And that way that the classroom continues to operate, people aren't sent home, and we anticipate that we won't see any additional spread because, and I can say this now, and look, nothing's 100%. As soon as I say it, it'll probably happen, but we've been putting people on modified quarantine, hundreds, if not thousands of people since this began, and we haven't seen any spread for someone that we put in modified quarantine, who put their mask on, was being very careful, and because a lot of times those people don't even develop disease anyway. But if they did develop disease, they would have had their mask on, they would have been sanitizing their hands, they would have kept people safe. So what happens is you've probably seen reports recently of, a school in Georgia or wherever had a case and they, we got to close the school down. I don't believe that's a smart move. If you're going to shut an entire school down every time you have a case, you might as well not open in the first place. I think there's a really strong argument to be made that if you do it safely, you can continue moving along. And this is what I've said at the very beginning of my talk this morning. We don't shut down classrooms in the case of flu in the classroom, in the case of pertussis. We don't shut down the whole classroom. We keep going. And it's so disruptive to go back home, to back to school, back home. And if we're all taking the proper precautions, we don't believe we'll see intra-school spread from a case if everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. So, and again, in order for me to shut down an entire class or send an entire class home or school, it would have to show that intra-school spread, meaning that our current guidelines are not, for some reason, working. And of course, you also have to rule out, you know, if a bunch of kids get sick, if those same 5 kids hung out at Johnny's house over the weekend, they may not have gotten it from school, right? They may have gotten it from hanging out together over a weekend. So that's part of why we do case investigation and contact tracing and sort of figure out exactly where they got sick from.
I believe you answered the next question, but modified quarantine is something that's relatively new to me. I'd heard that in reference to people traveling, but had not heard that in this. So I'm going to ask you the question because I think it's the same answer that might bear repeating. Does that mean there are situations where you would talk about this modified quarantining based solely on symptoms and that it does not require a positive case?
Yeah, and there are certain symptoms that we're more concerned about than others. For instance, you know, if you had a kid who just had a headache and he goes down to the nurse's office and he lays down and he goes home, but he's feeling really fine in a couple of hours. You know, we see that every day. You can talk to the school nurses. They have headaches. They have all kinds of things that happen on a regular basis. But if a child comes to school and they say, oh my God, you know, I have a stuffy nose now, I've lost my sense of taste and smell, and we have symptoms that are really COVID specific, you know, we may then quarantine that classroom even before that child gets tested has a positive test, because we think it's such a high probability of it being positive. But a modified quarantine, again, it's basically you're putting someone in quarantine, but you're allowing them to do the essential functions of what they need to do. So we've been using this since, you know, way back in the end of February, early March for healthcare providers, police officers, you know, other essential workers. And because it's basically putting you on alert. Hey, you may have been exposed to coronavirus. Keep your mask on, wash your hands. If you get any kind of symptoms at all, you stay home. And we want to continue doing that in school. We've been doing that now, even in non-school situations. It's worked really, really well. And it maintains, again, the ability of the school to continue functioning without all the stop, start when it's really not necessary.
The next question has to do with testing. Some people were concerned about the current availability of testing and how long are results currently taking to be received.
Yeah, we went through a really bad phase. It's getting a little bit better, specifically Quest. That laboratory, which is what CVS uses in their minute clinics, they were taking up to 14 days to have results come back. And I said this at a press conference with the county a couple of weeks ago. We had cases where it took so long to get the result back that the person was already totally recovered and out of isolation before they even got the result. We call those catch and releases, because by the time we call them, they say, oh yeah, I've been fine for 7 days or 10 days. And we can say, okay, you're good to go. And that's obviously not really, that's not good. We don't want to see that at all, because that person, if they weren't smart about what they did, they could have taken a long time. Now, thankfully, that's gotten a little bit better. Even today, we had several Quest results came back from minute clinics, CVS, that were 3 or 4 days. So I know that Quest is a fly here. Quest is working on getting their lab turnarounds a little bit faster. They added like a whole other laboratory. They're trying to do something called pool testing, which I won't get into now, but the LabCorp is done pretty well. And we have some other labs that locally, Doylestown Hospital and some of the other hospitals are doing a really good job with local turnaround. What I'm trying to get done, if I can, is try to have an agreement with a couple local laboratories. One of them is one in the lower end in Lower Bucks near Oxford Valley Mall. And I'm trying to find one in Upper Bucks that would allow, I could potentially, if this works out, potentially to write a script for Bucks County teachers and Bucks County students. And they wouldn't have to go to their doctor and get a prescription. They could go right to the testing site, get tested. And this is for symptomatic people especially, and get a result back fairly quickly. I'm trying to figure out which lab to use in Upper Bucks, but I think that could be really helpful in a lot of situations. What you'll also start to see soon is the antigen testing. There's 2 tests right now that we use. There's the PCR test, which is that nasal swab of your brain, and there's also the antibody test, which tests for the antibody if you had it in the past. The antigen test, which is sort of like a rapid flu and a rapid strep, gives you answers in about 15 minutes. And they're starting to roll that test out as well. And you'll start to see that in some doctor's offices, potentially, in urgent cares. Now, it's not 100% as sensitive as the PCR test, but it's pretty good. And once that test starts to roll out in larger numbers, they've sent them out to some nursing homes recently, the federal government has. I think you'll start to see, when your primary care doctor has the ability to, do a rapid flu, strep, and coronavirus test at the same time, that would be terrific. And we're not that far away from that test being utilized. They just have to make a lot of them. So I do believe the testing was slow. It's starting to speed up again. And people that are symptomatic can definitely get a test. And we're hoping to have some kind of procedure down by the time school starts that teachers and students will be able to go somewhere for a quick test.
There are some people in our community who feel as though perhaps you alone are making these recommendations, and that there are other organizations in the medical field that are making recommendations that contradict either you or the state. Are there other groups and individuals that you consult with to help you make your recommendations? And how would you respond to somebody who says, but this organization says something different?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And a lot of this kind of goes back to the 3-foot versus 6-foot situation that I've been dealing with for a long time. Our recommendations here in Bucks County, I want to clarify this, hopefully for one last time, is that we suggest 6 feet as being the optimal distance to separate the children. However, based on a lot of good data and organizations around the world, that a minimum of 3 feet. I was the only person to put a minimum of 3 feet into my guidance. There's no other organization, at least initially, that put the 3 feet in there. The Association of Academy of Pediatrics has now put in a 3-foot minimum. The state of Massachusetts, the state of Virginia has put in the 3-foot minimum. And again, it's not saying aim for 3 feet. And we've never said that here in Bucks County either. We've said the 3 foot is the bare minimum because there is data to back that up. The WHO has been saying that for years. Up until recently, on the CDC website, they still talk about droplets 3 feet. The Lancet had a huge study, and this came out in early June, right when I was doing my guidance, that showed that 1 meter or 3 feet has a huge reduction in the spread of droplets, because this is a droplet spread disease. So, the idea that my guidance is completely contradictory is actually really not true when it comes, especially to that one particular issue, which is what I've gotten a lot of comments on. The 6 foot is the optimal goal, but 3 feet has a lot of scientific backup behind it. I'm not the only one saying it. AAP is it's the preeminent pediatric organization in the United States, if not the world. And they said the same thing, right? 3 feet is the bare minimum that you should have distance between children with a mask on. And I went through a lot of things. I didn't make those guidance up off the top of my head. I looked through all the research and the data that was there. I looked at the countries. There's a lot of countries in Europe and around the world. There's very few countries in the whole world that actually use 6 feet. As a matter of fact, there's only a couple of countries that do. Most countries in the world utilize the 1 meter / 3 feet guidance. And most of those countries have this under better control than we do. So to say that 6 feet is the be all end all, I would have to disagree that it has to be 6 feet to get it under control. Because again, a lot of countries have gotten under control. Now they've worn masks, they've done lots of different things. So, and I'm not pushing 3 feet. I'm just saying that that's the bare floor minimum where there's evidence that it works. So if we can get to 6 feet, obviously that's what we're recommending. But I want to just I'm going to that because this is clearly, that question, I'm assuming, was written with that particular guidance in mind.
Dr. Dancer, could I just ask you a clarifying question? You had mentioned that some of the other groups didn't put a minimum on there, and they say as close to 6 feet or they all have kind of different wording, but they ask you to get close to 6 feet. So since they don't have a minimum, does that mean that people could be even interpreting that as less than 3 feet because they don't even have a minimum there? And so you're trying to state a specific range where they didn't really put a floor, so you don't really know where that floor is. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, technically, if the CDC says 6 feet, to the extent feasible, you could say, well, I can only get 1 foot apart between my students, and that would be feasible in that situation. I was trying to avoid that and say that there's good, solid evidence that at 3 feet, it's still a real model. There's still a real risk of reduction of droplets at 3 feet. So yes, I happen to be the first one to put that out there as a minimum. And again, since then, other states have done it and AAP has done it. But yeah, I was trying to put out a minimum that would still have true droplet spread precautions, which is what 3 feet is. It's droplet spread precautions. We've been using that in healthcare for many, many decades. So that, yeah, to answer your question, I wanted to put a floor that had a scientific backup baseline behind that. So it wasn't just saying 6 feet when feasible. It said, here's the sandbox that we can play in, top to bottom.
The state mask order or the state face covering order talks about either a face mask or a face shield serving as a required face covering. There are some, maybe even many, who would say that a face shield is not enough and that a mask should be the only thing that counts if you are going to be less than 6 feet from someone. Do you feel as though a face mask or a face shield, as it says in the state order, is appropriate for schools?
Yeah, I do. And number one, obviously, as you said, Dr. Bolton, the state guidance from the Department of Education and the Department of Health clearly indicates that that's an acceptable alternative for a face mask. And I think that there's a lot of logic and science behind why a face shield would work. I can certainly get into that more if you'd like, but the number one most important thing is it's appropriate because the state order from Dr. Levine and the governor's order, says that it's acceptable as an alternative.
It is one of the most common comments I get or questions I get. So I don't need you to geek out for 10 minutes, but could you spend a couple minutes talking about the science as to why you do feel as though they're both appropriate?
Sure. So face shields in general have been used in healthcare for obviously, many decades. And what they're designed to do is to prevent droplet spread onto your face. It covers your eyes, and eyes are just as much of a transmission risk as your mouth or your nose. We always talk about covering your eyes, mouth, and nose, right? So just wearing a face mask does not cover your eyes. And if someone coughs or sneezes and the droplets go into your eye, you can get infected just as easily as from your mouth or nose. So right off the bat, the face shield actually does a good job protecting you from droplet spread. A better job than masking does in many ways, if it's worn appropriately. If the face shield goes down below your chin, wraps around, and it's worn appropriately. And if you wear your face shield up like that, it's the same as wearing your face mask down on your chin. It doesn't do a lot of good. The reason why CDC is hesitant to recommend face shields in a lot of situations is because they're worried about, there's no good study to show, and there is no good study because people have only been wearing face shields and face masks out in public for a little while. Is because they're worried about source control. And source control meaning if I have COVID and I cough or sneeze, is my cough or sneeze going to go into that face mask? And if anyone wants to try it, when you get your face mask, try breathing and coughing into that face mask. If it's below your chin, that sneeze or cough goes right into that solid plastic covering, which is better than, in a lot of situations, I think it's better than wearing a mask potentially. It goes into the face shield and it drops down. Your face shield is actually able to be cleaned. It's able to be wiped down and utilized for weeks, months, forever if you keep it clean. A face mask, once it's contaminated, is basically done without potentially laundering it. A face mask does not allow you to have good conversations a lot of times. This is why people walk around with their masks pulled down. A face mask is not really the perfect thing to wear in a classroom situation when the teacher's trying to watch you speak and they have to say, what'd you say, you keep pulling it down. A face shield allows you to actually have a conversation without touching it all day long, without adjusting it all day long. It's not perfect, but it does help in a classroom. It does prevent droplet spread into your eyes, and it certainly does, from a common sense logic perspective, you cough or sneeze, or you're just going, if you just take a breath. I've been wearing a lot of face shields here at work. I wear face shields all the time. And you can see if you breathe into a face shield wearing it correctly, all your breath goes right into the face shield. It's not, the droplets are falling down, if anything, right? They're falling down. They're not escaping if you wear it properly. So, my concern is if you want to wait until there's a big study on face shields, you're going to be waiting a really long time. And people have been wearing these, again, in hospital settings for many, many decades. We know they're effective. And most importantly, a mask that a child wears is effective. If you don't wear the mask or wear it appropriately, it's not going to be effective. So the county is providing a lot of face shields for our returning students. Of course, It is up to the individual parents and students. If you want your children to wear a mask or a face shield, in the classroom, we certainly, it's up to the parents at that point. We are certainly not, requiring it by any stretch, but we're just providing them as one tool in the toolbox.
The Penn Ridge Health and Safety Plan also follows the state and the Bucks County guidance in terms of students and staff being able to remove their face covering if they can guarantee at least a 6-foot distance. Again, I want to clarify that we're talking about in a classroom when people are seated and at least a 6-foot distance. There are many who would say that is not wise. Do you feel as though that is an appropriate piece in the health and safety plan?
Yeah, and I actually clarified that exact point with the State Department of Health. And I said, if you have children seated in a standing stationary position for a classroom period, and they are a minimum of 6 feet apart, the state very clearly said, yes, those students can take those masks off, while they're in that 6 feet of distancing. Obviously, if they get up, if a teacher walks near them, if something happens, they should put their mask back on if that 6 feet is broken. But yes, it is appropriate, and it is actually, very clearly written in the state DOH and PDE guidelines that you can remove your face covering at 6 feet. I mentioned earlier that there could be a time where we would modify that. If there was a positive case in the room, we may have the children at that point wear a mask at all times because in that modified quarantine situation. But yes, it is clearly appropriate, and I double-checked that with the state that it is okay to do.
Only 8 more, Dr. Damsker. You're doing great.
Sure.
Why are temperature checks not required for students and staff when we often read about them for businesses?
Sure. Well, number one, what I can tell you is, and we have a lot of data here. I told you we have 6,800 cases, plus a lot more people that we've spoken to that never got tested, but we know they had COVID. A lot of people never develop fevers. The majority of patients with COVID either don't develop a fever at all during their entire illness, or they develop a fever after they've already been symptomatic with 3 or 4 other symptoms first. So someone has the sore throat and the headache and the loss of taste and smell, and then they develop a fever a couple of days later. Now, it's not to say that no one has only developed a fever, because obviously that's been the case, but the vast majority of people, you'd be missing them by doing temperature checks at the schools. So not only would you be missing the students, giving a false sense of security, but you're also talking about, clogging up. If you have 800 kids in a school and you have to have them all temperature checked, you're talking about now grouping them together, smushing together, basically breaking the 6-foot social distancing without having kids, down the block. And it's certainly not recommended either, and the CDC doesn't recommend it anymore either. I'm not sure if they even ever did, but we certainly have never recommended that here in Bucks County for schools.
Inconsistency we often hear about is that public spaces are limited to a certain number. And that number has changed over the last couple of months, but lots of spaces are limited to a certain number, but classrooms and schools are not. Can you explain why?
Yeah, I think that, there are obviously different rules for different essential services. Schools are considered by the governor to be an essential service. And he has made alterations to his rules for specific things like classrooms, knowing that there may be a situation where you could get more than 25 kids in a classroom safely. The occupancy rate of 25% is not in play either. But certainly in schools, things like assemblies, those will not be allowed. Those are more than 25. It's not everything in schools. It's specifically classrooms and situations like that. They don't want to have large meetings in schools. They don't want to have assemblies. But the classrooms specifically, because I know that the governor wants schools to be able to open in person if possible. He said this publicly multiple times. And I think there's a safe way to have, more than 25 kids if necessary in a classroom. That doesn't apply, but he's made it clear that, and I've clarified this with the state health department as well, that classrooms are not required to be, in those categories. And I think a lot of it has to do with, again, essential services are always treated a little bit differently in certain respects, and this is one of them.
You mentioned obviously the guidance and the goal is 6 feet wherever possible. And that's obviously true in Penridge, that all of our classrooms will be set up based on the exact number of students needed. And so some classrooms might have 8 feet, but there will be classrooms that do not have 6 feet, that might be at 4.5 or 5 feet, which are some of the averages as we put classrooms together. So why is it okay for Penridge to set up a classroom where a desk is less than 6 feet apart from the one next to it? And is that safe if everyone is wearing a face covering?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. The fact is, you're more than 3 feet, so we know there's a reduction of spread right there, and then everyone will be wearing a mask. So the governor's universal masking order has made a lot of this easier to do, because before you're 5 feet apart, you said, well, they're not wearing masks, they're within 6 feet. Now everybody's wearing a mask. And look, if masks work or they don't, and we keep getting more and more evidence that people want, the federal government keeps saying everyone's got to wear a mask. They put mandatory restrictions on people wearing masks. So clearly, there's the thought out there is that they work. So if you're 5 feet apart and you're wearing a mask, 6 feet there's no magical number for 6 feet, right? The droplets, when someone coughs or sneezes or talks, the largest droplets, which is what are most infectious, they go out and they kind of fall. And a large portion of them drop at 3 feet. And of course, as you go a little further out, a few more drop out and a few more drop out. So 6 feet's better than 3, 9 feet's better than 6, 15 feet's better than 9. And I say this before, I'm not going to give COVID to Dr. Bolton right now because we're really far away from each other. And I think it's important that as long as you're within 6 feet and you're wearing a mask, you're really reducing the risk in multiple ways. Not just the distance, you're over 3 feet, but it's also the masking of both the source patient potentially and the person who's trying to protect themselves from that source patient.
I know that you've done many of these forums, and I appreciate you, staying out late again tonight in your office to do this with us. One of the things that you mentioned that is not in our plan is the modified quarantine, so that's something that we'll have to consider. Are there other recommendations that you would suggest for Penridge that are not currently in our health and safety plan that would help keep our students and our staff more safe?
Yeah, I think you guys have done a really, really good job, to be honest. I tried to put as many of those things in the template that I sent out that would be, the minimums, as we'd like to talk about. And you guys have taken that, and gone even further in a lot of ways. I think a lot of it's common sense. I think we're really relying on, and you can't put this in your health and safety plan because it's hard to make it, but the parents, everyone's on this call tonight, I want to just emphasize how important it is to keep kids home if they're sick, to get them tested. There is some guidance that is out there that the state put out recently, and this is on their website, so I'm certainly not saying anything that's private. But if a student has no risk of COVID exposure, and they have a sore throat, and they go home and they feel better the next morning, if no sore throat and no fever for 24 hours, that child can come back to school, assuming they had no exposure to COVID that we know about. So, there's things in there that have come out, certainly that came out pretty recently when the governor put out that new guidance a couple of weeks ago. So there's definitely things that, you can always tweak it. And I think your health and safety plan is really, really good. And I promise you, if I see things, that need to be added or tweaked, I'll talk to Dr. Bolton right away, and and you guys and the school board can look at it with him. But overall, I'm very pleased with the health and safety plan as it's written, and I think that you guys worked hard on it, and I think you guys did a really good job.
There were multiple community members who expressed lots of concern for school nurses, because obviously school nurses are the ones who see all of the students who are sick, especially in this time with COVID and the possibility of that. What types of advice and recommendations would you have for school nurses?
Yeah, and I've had some meetings with the head school nurses at all of the school districts, and we've gone over. Look, I think the school nurses are a huge part of this. They're one of the most important parts of this whole process about going back to school. They have to be. I think that they're going to be leaders in the situation. They have to keep people calm. They're the medical representative, in our schools, and it's really important that we give them whatever support that they need. I think that obviously they have to have a full set of PPE available to them at all times, meaning, face shield, mask, potentially an N95 mask if they have to nebulize someone or provide some kind of thing that, a procedure that aerosolizes, and have them, have as much, supplies as they need to get the job done. I think the school nurses, you guys talked about in your plan, you have an isolation room. It's really important. And I think the school nurses, it's really important that parents communicate with school nurses on things like allergy, asthma, things that could look like COVID, but on a regular basis, little Jimmy, every spring, every fall, little Jimmy has a stuffy nose. And when he takes his Claritin, it gets better. Or a little Bobby has asthma and he gets a little short of breath sometimes. And when he takes his inhaler, it gets better. I think it's really important for the school nurses to maintain good contact with the parents of those children in the schools that have medical conditions. So when the teacher sees something wrong and they send it down to the school nurse can say, oh, it's okay, this is just asthma or allergies. I'll give them some Claritin and see how they respond. Because we don't want to send everybody home who has a disease that's going to manifest itself every day, or if someone has chronic migraine headaches. And there's all kinds of situations. And our school nurses, look, there's no question about it. They're going to be under a lot of pressure. The health department, we have promised, will be available for them at all times for questions. As long as they have proper PPE available to them, and they have as much support from the school districts, and I know that they do, I think they can do a terrific job, and keep everyone safe. They are the medical representative in that school at all times, right? So I think it's, whatever we can do to support them, and the health department, we met with them multiple times with the head school nurse from each district, and we feel like they can do this safely and do it well.
What about classroom teachers? I mean, obviously lots of things we talked about have to do with the classroom here. Are there other recommendations you would have for classroom teachers that we have not mentioned tonight?
Yeah, well, obviously number one, we talked about teachers staying 6 feet away from the students when possible. If they're not able to stay 6 feet away, I would encourage especially teachers that if they feel they're at higher risk of COVID, there's no reason they can't wear a face shield and a mask. They can approach it, because they're going to have to look, especially with the younger children, no question about it. They're going to have to potentially look over a kid's shoulder, help them with the handwriting, or help them with reading, help them with a math problem. It's very difficult to totally teach, obviously, from standing 6 feet away. So if a teacher is able to wear a mask and a face shield, if they feel that's necessary, at least a mask for sure, that's what nurses are wearing in hospitals that aren't on COVID units, of course, and it's kept their healthcare providers pretty safe. If a teacher decides they want to wear an N95 mask at all times, that's up to them as well. But I do believe that that's what they have to do. Is PPE is sort of the answer here, because you can't always distance. It's almost impossible for a teacher to always be 6 feet away. I'm assuming in high school it's probably a little bit easier. It's some middle school classes, but when the kids are small, sometimes there's little things you have to do. And if those kids are wearing masks and the teacher's wearing a mask, it's pretty safe. And I think that the teachers have to keep all that in mind. I know it's tough. There's no question about it. Look, I know the teachers have been. Some of them are very worried about coming back. I think everyone on this call tonight, sympathizes with that. There's no question about it, right? It's especially if the teachers haven't been, in work status, at least in-person work status for many, many months. And I want them to realize that what they're walking into on the first day of school right now is totally different than what the last day of school was on March 12th, or whatever that day was, Thursday, March 12th, I think it was. And, that nobody was wearing masks, nobody was washing their hands, nobody was paying attention to pretty much anything with regards to hygiene. I'm not saying that the custodial staff wasn't doing their job, but I'm saying in reality, it was sort of the Wild West of sanitation. Now we're going back to school. Everyone's completely paying attention to what they're doing. They're all washing their hands. They're all wearing masks. The teachers are paying attention to what they touch. The surfaces around the school are being wiped down. There's no more water fountains. I guess you have to use a water bottle. There's so many things that are totally different in our schools that weren't being done back in March. So I want teachers to realize they're not just walking back into the same situation that they were coming back to 6 months ago, 5, 6 months ago. So I want them to think about that too. I think hopefully that'll be helpful if they really go back and think, wow, this is going to be different.
Last two from me. One has to do with long-term effects. Obviously, this is a relatively new conversation for all of us and a new virus, at least for us. And so what concern do you have about the unknown long-term effects simply because COVID hasn't been around very long?
Sure, and it's interesting, we've had a few people, when I say long-term, one of the most common things we've seen are things like loss of taste and smell. We've had people who have lost their taste and smell for a few weeks, and clearly they're not infectious anymore, but because the virus can attack the olfactory bulb and the nervous system, it can make people lose their sense. It affects the nerve, so the nerve stays, aggravated for a few weeks. We've had people that have had, headaches. They've had other things that go on further than their actual infectious period, which is about 10 days at the most. So, and obviously there's people that have gotten really, really sick and they've been in the hospital and they've had other issues. But it's still a coronavirus, in long and short of it. Has it made people very sick? Of course it has. Has it given people symptoms for a couple of months? Yes, it has. However, we don't believe, there's nothing to make anyone believe that this is going to cause lifetime issues. Now, of course, if someone is ventilated for a month and their lungs get damaged, from ventilation and other things, those are things that could happen, with any disease where you're ventilated. People have lifelong illness from flu if their lungs are damaged in a certain situation. But I don't believe at this point there's enough data to indicate that there's going to be lifelong, trauma from certainly for the vast majority of people, given that most people have, a runny nose or a headache and it goes away in a couple of days. And even the people and I've spoken to multiple people that have been hospitalized. I've spoken to people that have been ventilated and they're doing really, really well. So I can't say, will anyone ever have a long-term effect? Because you can't say that about any disease. People have had long-term effects from the flu, from measles, from mumps. So any virus that gets someone seriously ill can cause long-term effects. And I don't believe coronavirus will be any more severe than the other viruses that we have going around on a long-term basis. We haven't had any data to show that anyway.
What about classroom ventilation? What kind of recommendations would you make? And especially the concern that a ceiling fan or a floor box fan might actually be moving the virus around and make it more likely for someone across the room to catch it.
Yeah, so most importantly, and I believe most schools are able to do this, even if you don't have an air conditioning system, if you have any kind of circulation, you have a fan, you have a heating system, the most important thing you want to do is shut off the recirculation dampers. And you want to bring as much fresh outdoor air as possible. That's the number one most important recommendation, is you bring, now the problem with that is, of course, it produces more of a stress on the equipment, because, with any air conditioner or any system, you're bringing in hotter air in the summer to try to cool it down, but it's safer. So you want to encourage whatever system you have fan-wise, leave the fan on all the time, and bring in outside air as much as possible. That's number one. And the other thing is with fans. What you want to do with fans is, especially in a room that has windows and a door, you want to have cross ventilation that goes from window to door, so it doesn't linger. And fans, if set up appropriately, what you can do is you create a positive pressure room. In healthcare, we have things called negative pressure. So if someone has a disease in a little exam room, they have fans that bring air in to that room. So if someone has tuberculosis or measles, it doesn't let the air escape from the room, it brings it in. In this situation, you want to have sort of a positive pressure, which means you want the air to go out of that room to move the air better. So you could put a fan facing the door and have the air blow out of the door and create a current that exchanges the air outside of the room on a more frequent basis. So you wouldn't have the fan facing the teacher, you have the fan facing out, and that will draw air out of the room as it creates a positive pressure. So that's another thing that you can do in a situation. And that just makes, so even if you have a ceiling fan going at the same time, all that air, it creates a good current that gets it out of the room. And what you don't want to have is sort of stationary air that's not moving at all. That's what you want to avoid.
And obviously, many classrooms have windows, but they don't all. And so if a classroom doesn't have windows, your suggestion would still be that pushing it out into the hallway and circulating it out of the room that way.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to have, right, you want to have the recirculate, you want to have the outdoor air coming in through the vents, and you want to push the air out of the room as much as possible. And that creates good circulation in the room, yes.
And just for the benefit of anyone who may not have been on one of our previous calls, the district has replaced all filters in every system, as well as increased as much as possible the air circulation. It's not the same number in every building simply because air conditioned units are different than non-air conditioned units in terms of what you can do. But we have made those adjustments to our system to make sure they are as efficient as possible.
Can't handle these bugs.
That outside air. So, Dr. Damsker, I thank you. We asked you for an hour and you gave us more than that, so I do appreciate you sticking with us.
I can't handle these bugs.
I'm going to just remind folks in terms of if there are additional questions, a couple places to go. One is obviously the FAQ document that is still on our website and has been sent out and updated. So often that's a good first piece. There is information there from the Department of Health as well as from Penridge. So some of the health and safety pieces. Also want to remind you, your building principals are a wonderful resource if it's a question specific to your child. We do have the fall 2020 planning at penridge.org, which is a monitored account. We originally had said that we wouldn't be able to respond, but we have 3 people monitoring that and have been able to respond to every email that's been sent there. So if you have questions for the district or Dr. Damsker that are not child specific, that's a good place. You can also email me directly. My email, beginning of my email at least, is on this box for you to send to me. So Dr. Damsker, I thank you. I know we'll continue to work with you, and as things change and we need to make adjustments, you'll be a key part to that. So thank you for joining us tonight, and we'll be in contact if we have any follow-up questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Damsker.
Thank you.
I have a
Oh,
I have a Penridge specific question about the shields that the county is going to provide. Are those shields going to stay at school? What's the idea with those? Would they stay at school, go home, so that they could be cleaned? What's the plan?
Our expectation, Ms. Cohen, is that as long as it's possible for the student, that they would transport those back and forth. We think that those are valuable resources for the families, for students, if that's the way that they choose to use that, either in addition to a mask or as their face covering, as well as some of those cleaning protocols that we're talking about. Obviously, there may be individual instances where that's not possible, but that's our initial plan to start the school year.
Can I ask one question about the face shields while you're on it?
Ms. Rowland, I will wait till public comment at the end,
Okay.
and then I'm sure we'll have lots of questions that come from that. Thank you for waiting.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members before we move on? Okay. Next on the agenda is the review of contracts for approval. Mr. Dahlbert?
Thank you, Mrs. Bennett Clemens. And we have a few more items to get through here for finance and facilities so that we can get those items to the board in this month for a vote. So if you could bear with me for just a few minutes, I'll go as fast as I can. And if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. But under contracts, we have a number here for this month. The first is the wood services for an extended school year and a full year one-on-one aid. These are services at a cost of $58,305. Item B is Joseph Warner. Dr. Warner reviews our IEPs each year. His cost is $175 per hour, and that is the same cost as the previous year. C is our Bucks County Intermediate Unit Truancy Services Agreement. Again, this is a service that we use on a cost per fee schedule, which is attached, and we only use these services as needed. We do our own work in that area, but sometimes if we need additional services, the IU services are there for us to tap into. D, E, and F are New Hope Academy. These are all 3 are educational services for students. The cost is $38,400 for each student. And these are students that are placed on NORIPs. G is the Valley Forge Educational Services. Again, this is another extended school year program for a student, and the cost is $6,544. H is Vector Solutions at a cost of $1,447. Vector Solutions is our Safe Schools training modules that we use for teachers and staff for training on various things. I is Foundations Behavioral Health. That is a contract that we have each year for behavioral health services for students who need those services. J, Keystone Freedom Academy. This is another special education services agreement. for a student, and the cost is $235 per day. K is Dr. Christopher Warner. Dr. Warner provides our student dental exams, and the cost is $35 per hour. And again, this is no change from the previous year. L is teach for
Mr. Dobbit, one question, or not question. I would have to abstain from the vote for number K because of my relationship with the COVID-19 financing program.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. Jump back here.
Mr. Cormack, when that comes up for the vote at the meeting, just ask for that to be voted on separately, and then make sure that you restate your conflict of interest.
Thank you. Okay, L is Teach for Equity. This is an educational consultant agreement to provide 3 training sessions during the 2020 year. The cost is $4,650. M, PBIS Rewards Suite. This is a positive behavioral interventions program that is being used for the first time at South Middle School next year. The cost is $1,766. N is our annual Jostens Yearbook Agreement for the Central Middle School. The yearbooks are paid for by the parents and students. And then O, the last contract, is Apex Learning. This is an amendment to the amendment number 4 to the agreement for online courses. The original contract was put in place back in 2016, and then each year the amendment or contract is updated with an amendment. The costs are unchanged. Again, these are our online courses that are used in the distance learning program. So that's all the contracts. Is it okay to keep going?
Go right ahead. Yep.
Okay. The next item is the Insight Financial Services lease resolution. Solicitor Miller provided the resolution for us to put on the board agenda. This is the last step to basically putting the lease in place for this year's incoming freshmen's laptops, their laptops, and a number of teachers' replacement laptops we have on the lease this year. And like I said, the board originally approved that lease in on May 11th, but with all the final documentation now in place, we follow up with the final resolution that Solicitor Miller has provided us. So the next item is the proposed nutritional services employees compensation and benefit plan. That document was updated and provided to you, to the board members for your review. All the changes are highlighted in red in that document. If you have any questions about any of those changes, please let us know. But I know that Dr. Bolton had provided you some information previously on this this contract or the agreement update. So if it's okay with you, I won't go through and read all those. I'll just let the board get back to us if you have any questions, and I'll assume at this point that you don't unless you stop me. So
Mr. Daubert, will you simply highlight the starting rate and that change, as well as the annual raises in the agreement, please?
Yes, the starting rate will be raised from the current $10 to $11 to bring the district's employees more in line with the averages in the county for the starting rate. We'll also have raised the sub rate to $11 to try to attract more substitutes to work in that department. Overall, the raises were for other employees were 2%. Yeah, the other groups were 2%, and then there were a few other language changes that Mrs. Geritana and the group worked out some uniform issues and some, we took out some x-ray and physical exam language, just some small changes just to bring the agreement more in line with current. The total cost of the changes is just over $8,000, $8,076 for the contract changes for the year. And again, this is a 2-year agreement. Okay. The next item we have on the agenda is testing for lead in drinking water. This is a annual requirement now by the state that the district has a conversation or a talk that about what we have done in this area. So Kelly is standing by to give you an update on our lead testing. So Mr. Harper, if you're still there, would you jump in?
I am, thank you. So good evening, everyone. And as Sean said, the Act 39 from 2018 requires all school districts in Pennsylvania to test drinking water for lead. Last year, if you recall, we had our environmental consultant lead us through the process with the intent that we would take it over this year. And I can tell you we saved 40% in cost in doing it ourselves. And the testing that we did at each school, we did 5 samples, had those samples sent out in June. With all the COVID testing, it took a lot longer to get results back. And the results we did get back showed 4 different drinking water sources had a high elevated amount of lead. So what we did as the remediation process is we replaced those fixtures and we retested those samples again. Those samples are currently out at EMSL labs. We're waiting for the results. Typically when you replace the fixtures, be it the water fountain, the bubbler, or the faucet, that typically remediates that. So the test I have back, or when they come back, I expect them to be below the 15 parts per billion threshold. And if that's the case, we'll return things to normal. Right now they're isolated so that they can't be used for drinking sources. And being that we did have these higher elevated numbers, we're required to report that to PDE, what we did, what we found, and a new report numbers. So hopefully at the next meeting, I'll have those results to share, and looking for positive news.
Mr. Harper, can I ask a question?
Okay.
Yes.
Those 4 sources where you found elevated levels of lead, were any of those the same as the previous year, or were these different sources that popped up this year?
Right, so good question. So what we did is we used maps of the floor plans of the building, and the goal is to do rounds of the building. So it's kind of cost prohibitive to test every drinking source. If you think about an elementary school, every classroom has a bubbler or a drinking fountain. We would be upwards of probably $20,000 to test all those. So what we talked about in a facilities committee meeting probably a year or more ago, that we were going to do this in a phased approach, 5 sample locations per building every year until we get them all done. And normally you don't get a source show a higher elevated level from a previous year. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to clarify that for those on the line so that we have a clear understanding of the strategy. So thank you.
Are there any other, before we move on to the next agenda item, we kind of just went through a lot. I know most of them are contracts that are up for renewal that we've all seen a bunch of times, but are there any other board members who have questions on any of the things we went over yet? No? Okay. Then we're down to our last item, obsolete items.
Yes, obsolete items. We have at Siler Elementary some Reading Street books that will do public surplus, and some furniture that's no longer needed. We'll do that public surplus. All the items that go to obsolete we've already The buildings have already spoken to the other buildings to see if anyone else needs these items, and no one has claimed them. So at that point, then we obsolete them, and we either, depending on their shape, we will either try to sell them on public surplus, or if they're just too damaged, we will dispose of them or recycle them, depending on what it is. But I just want to remind you that we try to move the stuff around the district the best we can first before it comes to you. At Guth Elementary, we have an old printer that's no longer used. It's going to go to public surplus. At Central Middle, we have old wrestling mats that are no longer viable to use for the wrestling program, and we're going to throw them away. They're in such bad shape. At the transportation department, we have some various old office furniture there that we had replaced in last year's budget. So we're going to now get rid of that old stuff that was replaced. At the maintenance department, we have a tractor. I know it's no longer being used. It is very old, and we're going to try to sell that on public surplus. And then we have a mower, a deck, and a power broom that's no longer usable or used. So that will go to public surplus. And then in the technology department, we have 3 months worth of the normal recycling, and then one list of monitors to go to recycling. So that's it for the obsoletes this month.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlberg. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for September 14th, 2020, and we are back to public comment. Again, it's limited to 3 minutes. And if anyone has any public comment. Does anyone have any public comment?
Yes, I just have a question. Well, my question about the face shields that Mrs. Cullen asked about, what they would do with them if they left them at school or took them home. And I was just wondering, would there be something in place for the kids, like before they leave their classroom, or like could they have something to wipe them down before they bring them home? You know, I think if they are going to bring them home, then, you know, that might be something that we, you know, like in my ER, we put our things in a paper bag, our masks, our goggles, our N95s, things like that. We all have our own assigned paper bags that we put them in when we don them off. So I was just wondering, you know, if that's something that we can look into if we are going to send the shields home, if they have like a paper bag with their name on them, you know what I mean, or something, so that we're not bringing all that home. You know, we don't know what's going to be in every classroom, but, you know, just so my first grader's not bringing the shield home to me.
Thank you. And I'll again address all of the questions and comments at the end. Are there other questions and comments?
I have a comment. You can hear me now?
Yes.
I'm Nicole Ray, Quakertown resident, but Penridge school teacher, and I have a comment I'd like to read. As a dedicated Penridge teacher for 21 years, each fall I look forward to being in my classroom and interacting with my students in a hands-on collaborative way. Unfortunately, due to the global pandemic, returning to that type of instruction this year is not possible. I made the best of online learning in the spring, continuing to deliver content while navigating uncharted waters. It was one of my most challenging endeavors, and like my colleagues, I persevered to provide my students with a core curriculum. Although I longed to be back in the classroom with them, I knew it was simply not safe. I knew that providing instructions through the distance learning model was the right thing to do to keep everyone safe. Now, 5 months later, here we are, still in the thick of this unresolved pandemic, which as of last night was 118,852 confirmed cases in just Pennsylvania alone, some of which sadly were children. And as much as I wish I could be back in my classroom with my students, I feel as if it is still not safe. With Bucks County being the top 5 counties in Pennsylvania with the highest number of cases, I believe the district should be taking every precaution to protect its students, staff, and community. And it's very disappointing that Penridge does not seem to be doing so. If the district chooses to follow the basic minimum guidelines as set forth in the current health and safety plan, we risk community spread as well. Being in the classroom during this pandemic will not only be a major health concern, but will require a whole new way of teaching, learning, and interacting. In an attempt to protect our kids and those who care for them from this deadly virus, many constraints, protocols, and social limitations will be implemented and will ultimately change the learning environment of our classrooms. Although distant learning presented daily challenges, I felt overcoming those challenges was imperative in order to protect our Penridge community. At the elementary level, as teachers and families adjusted to this distance learning, it improved and it became more effective. The teaching staff became more adept in collaborating and sharing and offering guidance to our families. Most students received individual feedback daily and were offered support when they struggled. Although not ideal, this model was an effective way to keep our children's family and staff members safe and healthy. And I think we all agree that Penridge schools should not be places where anyone is potentially exposed or affected. The likelihood of COVID being spread and infecting someone in the school setting is a very real and valid concern. And there are many situations in which the possibilities of being exposed to dangerous droplets can occur, especially at the elementary level, where young children do not always understand the hazards that this disease presents. As much as we all want to get back to normal, that's not going to happen in a pandemic. That's not normal. Our district must put protecting lives first. And sending innocent people into our schools to be exposed to others where teaching, learning, and socializing will not be as it was is not worth the hospitalizations, the long-term health effects, or even the loss of one life. The Penridge School Board must do the morally and ethically right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other public comments?
Can I make a comment, please? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I can't really see who all's speaking because it's all, so just one of you start talking. Sorry.
Hi, this is Andrea Tambori. I have 2 students in high school this year. I'm a long-term care pharmacist. I have been working throughout this entire pandemic. My patients are pediatric patients and nursing home patients. Our pharmacy has seen multiple pharmacist layoffs. My friend is the pharmacy manager at Einstein Montgomery and has had to furlough pharmacists because they're not seeing the patients and at the levels of severity that are being portrayed on the news and in the media. And I'm glad to see that Penridge is enlisting facts and science. I would also like to say that I am considered an essential worker. My entire life, I have been told that teachers are essential workers. I go to Giant and we get takeout, and high school students are working in these places. Children are pretty much safe from this virus. And I think it's time to get back to school. The kids want to go back to school. The science supports going back to school. I see it personally and professionally. And, you know, I signed up. This is what I signed up for. And this is also, I feel, what the teachers signed up for. I go to work. I do what I'm supposed to do. Seems like the district, under the guidance of Dr. Damsker, is taking all necessary precautions. And I think it's time to get back to school, and I hope that Penridge will move forward in that direction. And you know, I understand if there are teachers who are elderly or have are compromised in their health. I have an immunocompromised daughter who is going back to college. We have to live, and the science is on the side of going back to school, and that's what I hope Penridge will pursue. And I'd just like to say thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you. And I'm sorry, can you please state your municipality?
I'm at the Grass, Central, and the high school, and I'm in Hilltown.
Thank you. And there were two of you trying to speak at once, but I couldn't see both of you. Does the other person?
Yes, I'd like to speak, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alexis Shell. I'm in Hilltown Township. I have 2 children at Central Middle. First, I think that if Penridge is serious about trying to open safely, they need to adopt a consistent mask policy. Face shields alone are not effective. In regards to social distancing, most experts recommend 6 feet or more. If our schools cannot meet the standard 6-foot policy, having a consistent mask policy is even more important. Face shields are primarily used for eye protection. The CDC on their website does not currently recommend the use of face shields as a substitute for masks. Secondly, I was very concerned to learn that a member of this board is a member of and contributes to a Facebook group called Pennsylvanians for Maskless Education. Not only does this board member not believe in wearing masks, they also erroneously think you cannot spread COVID unless you show symptoms. More than 97,000 kids tested positive for COVID in the last 2 weeks of July. We know children don't get as sick as adults, but they can spread it to other vulnerable populations. Our COVID case numbers are pretty low right now, in large part due to our early masking policy back in April. If we really want to return to school, shouldn't we do it as safely as possible? And I'd also like to respond to someone that spoke earlier that said that kids cannot give it to adults. According to right now, Joelle Simpson, who's the interim chief of ER medicine at Children's Hospital in Washington, D.C., so that's someone who I'm going to trust. She was asked, are they susceptible to catching the virus? Absolutely. And then she was also asked, are they able to transmit the virus? And she answered, absolutely. So unless we listen to the actual scientists, not the conspiracy theorists, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's basically what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Miller, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comments?
I would like to comment.
Please state your name and municipality.
Yes, my name's Jen Camarada, and I live in Sellersville Elementary.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Sorry, you can continue.
I am a special education teacher at Penridge High School, and my daughter is scheduled to attend Sellersville Elementary as a kindergartner this year. I'm speaking as a mother and as a teacher. I'm also a 1998 Penridge graduate, so to say that I've been Penridge proud for a few decades may be an understatement. I would like to sincerely thank all the individuals who have been tirelessly working towards making decisions, providing lunches, communicating, collaborating, planning, cleaning, and scheduling education for our children this upcoming year. The care, concern, and attention to detail this is requiring is a daunting task, to say the least. The time, energy, and love is greatly appreciated. As an educator, I put my heart and soul into caring for and educating our children. Because some of the students that I work with are unable to advocate for themselves, and children rely on the adults in their lives to make the best decisions for them, I have made a promise to my daughter and to all of my students that I would always advocate and speak up for them when they are unable. The forefront of all my decisions in my profession and as a mother is what is in the best interest of the child. I can say without reservation that my dedicated colleagues consistently do the same. While opinions may differ and disagreements may be had, decisions are made for the children, period. Having a choice for my daughter's education in the fall is beyond appreciated. For our family, virtual is the option that we are most comfortable with. We do not have it completely figured out, but we're determined to make it work for our daughters and our family's health and safety. This decision is not made lightly, and my support, empathy, and respect goes to all families at this time who are in the midst of making very difficult decisions for their most precious children, especially when the only decision is to send their child back to school so that a paycheck may be earned. Because of this, it is up to us, the adults, to make the return to school as safe as humanly possible, to protect our children and all staff who provide care to our students. The CDC guidelines in our community are 6 feet apart with face masks. Any guidelines or expectations less than that in our public school is unacceptable. The current state of our country is a living curriculum. The very first step of teaching is modeling. What are we teaching our children if we do not uphold those guidelines that are provided to us by the experts and doctors in the fields of infectious diseases? And that we are not doing everything in our power in order to keep them safe. What message does that send to them? That their safety and health is not important? Because as a staff member being asked to return under these guidelines, that is how I feel. And trust me, I want to be back at school. To be frank, I think it's unacceptable. As a mother, a teacher, a colleague, a friend, and a community member, I am asking that the school board please reevaluate the safety plan in place in order to give our children and staff members the best possible chance of not spreading this virus. I appreciate you allowing us to speak, and thank you for all that you are doing.
Thank you. Are there other public comments?
Hey Murph, is the water cold?
Megan? Can you hear me? Sorry, I had a comment.
Yes.
Question. Hi, Megan. I sent you an email. I wasn't because I couldn't get on earlier, but now I can. Is this the right time for my question?
Yes. I was going to read yours at the end, but since you're here, I'll let you take care of it.
I was able to pop in. So my name is Dee Rankin. I am a retired teacher of Penridge, just retired, but also from Hilltown Township and 28 years with Penridge and 36 years overall. A couple questions from hearing everything tonight, and I understand that this is a very difficult decision for everybody. I would not want to be in your shoes, and I'm very thankful at this point that I don't have to make those decisions. But I've noticed from other districts nationally and locally have had problems with staffing trying to implement these different models. I was curious if Penridge is also having issues trying to staff the different models that you have in place. That's my one question. I'm also curious what to do with what you plan on doing with classrooms and class sizes, and what that's going to look like for these plans and staffing, because I can't imagine being an elementary school teacher and a middle school teacher that you are going to fit 30 kids in a classroom and be this 6-foot socially distanced. I don't see how that is going to be an option. I mean, I could see you spreading them out and having a lot of different classrooms with smaller sizes, maybe 15, but to have 30 kids in a classroom, if they choose to be in the hybrid model or the full in, I don't understand how you're going to do that. Like CB just announced today, is the district planning to hire additional staff then to accommodate having to be socially distanced? And it just seems to me, after listening to the financial presentation of the gentleman, you may have more funds and be more physically able to hire more teachers into these positions to separate these students enough so they can be 6 foot apart from one another. So they were my comments. But again, thank you, everybody. I'm, sorry we're in this position. I'm very thankful. I don't have to make them, nor at this point come back, but appreciate being heard. So they're my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Thanks. So Josh Hogan again, West Rock Hill Township. I just want to say a lot of folks on this call probably know me as I was referred to earlier as the conspiracy theorist. So I run a group of thousands of people called Reopen Bucks County. And one of our goals from the beginning has been to make sure that kids have an educational opportunity that includes in-class or in-person schooling. A spin-off group was also referenced, Pennsylvanians for Massless Education. And what I want to say as the leader of this group, or de facto leader of these groups, is that I talked to Dr. Damsker like 2 or 3 months ago. We had a 4-hour conversation where I was pressing him on things that our group wanted to happen, things that we were disagreeing with what was going on. And the reason I bring this up is to say that he made time for us, because we're the people going around saying, if you're healthy, you shouldn't wear a mask. Restaurants should be able to decide how they do their business, et cetera, et cetera. And Dr. Damsker at the time, this was months ago, was very firm on his positions. And it is amazing in our hours of conversation about school children that his positions today on this call are exactly the same, when public perception has turned around a complete 180 degrees. I just hope that might inspire a little bit of confidence in folks that, months ago, we were the ones pressing, and now you guys are the ones pressing, thinking that it's so wildly unsafe. I won't respond to the particular comments about, transmission from children to adults. Obviously that can happen, but the studies are just showing that that is not the mechanism by which the virus spreads. And again, today, there is not one single case of a student infecting a teacher anywhere in the world, despite dozens of countries having gone back to school. I hope that people can come around to trust Dr. Damsker. I didn't quite a while back, but now, given that his tune has not changed, he's just stayed firm. He looks at the science and then sticks with that. I have a lot of faith in him, and I hope others will too.
Thank you. Are there other questions and comments?
Yes.
Could you please state your name and municipality?
I am Mila Keller, and I'm a Penridge student in Hilltown Township.
Other questions and comments?
Yes.
Could you please state your name and municipality?
I am Mila Keller, and I'm a
I think you're listening to the live stream. You'll need to mute that while you speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be a senior this year, and I wish more than anything that my friends and peers could go back and just enjoy senior year. But at the end of the day, safety should be prioritized, and there's no way that you can ensure that students of any age will be responsible enough to take these procedures. And that's just a lot of responsibility for each and every one to handle, not just for themselves, but for everyone else. And if I'm at lunch and I get up and I talk to a friend without a mask on, the damage is already done, and I can't put a mask on and pretend like it didn't happen. I can't just wash my hands and forget that. And there is no possible way to control all of these students, and it's, I think, a bit absurd to expect that every student will be able to follow the rules to the T, because it's just not something that is that possible with that many students. And the main goal is safe learning. And just because parents and students will not be happy with all online does not mean that it cannot work. We will have to adapt and continue to do so. And wouldn't the school board and community of Penridge rather want to look back on the beginning of this school year and be able to say that they took every precaution to keep Penridge safe? And if students do contract the virus after returning, which will most likely happen, will you close the school? And if not, why? Because you can't just continue as if the outbreak did not affect anyone, because it has and will regardless of the precautions we take. And further precaution to isolate everyone who came in contact with those who are infected can all just be avoided by staying home. And there are many accurate theories about wearing masks and face shields and keeping a distance, but with these precautions, the numbers aren't decreasing, and going into school will not help that. And when the vaccine comes out, I believe it should be mandatory to get the vaccine before returning to school, not just for students, but for faculty and teachers. And it shouldn't matter where the student contracts the virus, whether that's in school or out of school. It matters that they can potentially spread it through school. So why don't we just stay home if that is the safest option?
I'd like to say something if I can, just to top off the night.
We only allow one comment per comment period, but there's also going to be 2 more comment periods in the next meeting. So if you want to speak at the first comment period for the special board meeting, you can.
When is that meeting?
As soon as public comment ends, public comment is going to start again in the next meeting.
Sorry.
My name is Beth Bengler, and I am a teacher at Guth Elementary School. I do not live in the Penridge School District, but I teach here and have for many, many years. And I have never been more Penridge proud than I was listening to that young lady from our high school speak. And on behalf of all of her former teachers, thank you very much for speaking so clearly and so well, and thinking of your whole community as well as yourself. It is not easy for any of us to talk about not coming back to school. We love school. I see school supplies. I have an actual problem. I need to be at school buying pens and paper and doing things for my kids. I miss them. I miss all of them. But on behalf of my own children, I would like it if everyone would take into account the fact that although the kids are very unlikely to perish in this situation, the rest of us are not. The reason our numbers are extremely low, as Dr. Damsker was trying to explain, is because we have shut down and we stayed home and we flattened the curve. And as soon as we started to see spikes, we stayed home again. And every time we've tried to reopen just a little bit, we've seen it again. And now we're watching it in other communities. So maybe Pennridge will not have to suffer the loss of one of its teachers or one of its lunch ladies or one of its principals or bus drivers before it's okay to shut us down again. Maybe we'll get to watch one of the Georgia teachers die instead, and then it'll be okay for Pennridge not to go back on the first day. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but that is the situation that my children are facing. And my parents, who I'm not going to be able to see anymore. Because unlike the nurses who signed up to be on the front line of medical care, I am a teacher. I am not a medical care provider, and I did not sign up to be on the front lines of the medical care profession. Neither did my coworkers. We are there always for you and your families. We love your children. To the bottom of our hearts and back again, we love your children. And we want what is best for them. And I do not believe that any of them ever having the emotional scarring of being in a classroom where one of their teachers dies and they know they may very well have been the kid to bring it into school. I don't ever want to see that happen to one of our kids. And I appreciate everything everyone has done this summer. Thank you so much for all the careful planning and for thinking about all of us and trying so hard to come up with something that will work. But please consider that this just might not be the right time.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from anyone else in the public?
I have a question, comment.
Okay, please state your name and municipality.
Chris Kaufman, Percy Borough. First, my first question is I'm curious as to how involved Dr. Damsker was with Centennial, Council Rock, Central Bucks in their decision to go virtual into November. It seems like he's very invested into keeping Pennridge open while the major districts in Bucks County have all decided to go virtual at least into November. And secondly, just to make this statement, my wife's a teacher. I have quite a few coworkers who their wives are teachers. I know how much that they put into taking care of their students and looking out for their students. And I think it's fairly easy for people to manipulate the data and to put their head in the sand and say that, X, Y, and Z is not an issue. However, the reality of the situation is, and I actually sent to Dr. Bolton today a news article referencing Israel and how they've had schools reopen and they've seen incredible spikes in transmission rates from students to teachers to the community, because it's got a exponential increase. 1 goes to 10, 10 goes to 100. So it's fairly easy for us to say, if something should happen, would that cause an issue in the community? But it's not an if, it's a when. And, in my situation, my 67-year-old grandmother, mother lives with my family. My son is severely asthmatic. If he would get something, he could transmit it to the house. There's kids in the neighborhood that could, that are in his class that could get it. They could bring it into the neighborhood. And you could be looking at something catastrophic for the community on the manipulation of data and saying that this could happen, or, well, I don't see the data as being anti, going back to school. So I think that the decision should really be to err on the side of caution and say, there's issues across the country. We see that the schools in the area are shutting down. Maybe we should make the smart decision and say, we close down like the rest of them until November. We see what it looks like come into the bad flu season. And if it looks like things are starting to be on the uptick and we're doing pretty good, then we go back to school. If not, then we keep it on virtual. But to push it back now is a ridiculous thought process. I just don't understand how anybody could say that a worldwide pandemic is worth us risking our children's lives. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments?
Hi, yes, I have a comment. Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Esther Hoffner. I live in Percy Borough as well, and I'm a teacher in another school district. I just had a comment I saw on the board agenda about live streaming, and I just want to make the comment that I really hope that the Penridge School Board makes a consideration about live streaming before they spend any money on cameras or microphones the way that Central Bucks did. I do think that there are best practices that can be examined by the board regarding virtual learning, if that is what needs to happen because there is a spike in cases. And I hope that the board will consider best practices regarding virtual learning, before they just go ahead and say the best way to deliver instruction is, asking our Penridge teachers to go into their classroom. If we go virtual and it's empty of students, that they will need to teach from their classroom, using virtual live streaming. There's a lot of other best practices out there regarding virtual learning. And I would hope that the board would consider those best practices before they just go forward and say, no, live streaming is the best way to do it. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one.
Please state your name and municipality.
Sorry, Jay Rowan, Hilltown. So I work with viruses as part of my job. And, so I have a healthy respect for them. And when this pandemic broke out, I was very cognizant and worried for the health of my family and kids, extended family. So that's what my original question was earlier in this meeting. I want to know what the data is. And I appreciate Dr. Damsker's knowledge. He started off his whole spiel with, exactly what the data is. None of us are medical doctors. He is. He works for the Board of Health, Department of Health for a reason. He's the only one here that's, in my mind, is qualified to have any position on, what we should do as a school district. I don't believe Dr. Damsker's position is politically motivated in any way. I absolutely trust him 110%. I was one of the people that wanted to err on the side of caution. I was one of the people that wanted to keep my 2 kids home until this whole thing blows over, until there's a vaccine available, blah, blah, blah. But because he said the prevalence is so low, the odds of, somebody even showing up to the school and having the virus at the same time is extremely low. And I think that's why Dr. Damsker has taken the position he has. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Don't make the assumption that if you send your kids to school, that somebody there is going to get sick. That's just not the facts. The statistics actually are suggesting that, if we send the kids to school, there probably won't be anybody there that's infected. B, if we're doing social distancing and everyone's using PPE when appropriate, the risk of having an infection spread, even if one does show up haphazardly, is extremely low. So please take those into consideration. You know, it is a scary thing. I'm scared too. But you know, I put my faith in data. I put my faith in professionals like Dr. Damsker. And he has, for me and my family, he has completely changed my mind tonight, and I appreciate the board for bringing him on and listening to sound scientific reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I have a comment.
Please state your name and municipality.
Baba Booey. I am a teacher at Penridge High School.
Baba Booey.
I am not a resident. Is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself? Someone was chiming
That's
in.
fine. My name is Charlie Lanehart. I am a teacher at Penridge High School since 1996. I am not a resident.
Yes, that's fine. You can still comment. Yes.
Yeah, I checked on the policy. I just wanted to speak about the data aspect. And I think one of the things Dr. Damsker was talking about was in Bucks County, the prevalence, or I'm sorry, within Penridge School District, the prevalence. And this being a virus, you know, there aren't magical barriers around Penridge School District. And so in looking at the state's early warning dashboard, Bucks County has an incidence rate of 36.3 per 100,000. And we have a positivity test rate of 3.4%, 3.4%. The new state guidelines that were put out today, that puts us directly in the moderate range. We either want to have 10 to less than 100 cases, we're sort of in the middle, and then, or our percent positivity rate, 5% to 10%. So we're below that, but we're directly in the moderate range. And so by the new state guidelines put out today, it says blended learning model or full remote learning. That's the data. We are at a prevalence rate in the county of 36.3 per 100,000. The data is clear that we, in my opinion, should be doing either a blended learning model or full remote learning. I have to admit, I'm personally fine with going hybrid. I'm ready to go. But I'm a high school teacher. Some of the elementary school teachers are being told they're going to have classrooms. Well, I don't know, whatever you decide. Let's say you decided to go. I know the districts are going to suggest blended for high school. But the idea of having 26 to 29 students in the classroom, looking at those numbers is just terrifying to me. So looking at the data as it exists, it seems pretty clear to me that the entire district should be either blended or full virtual. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, please. My name is Rebecca Kiner. I live in Bedminster Township, and I have 2 children who attend Bedminster Elementary. And I would just like to kind of piggyback on the person who just spoke prior, and that I do agree with your comments and the data and what it suggests. Although I am not a healthcare provider, I do work for Jefferson Health, and I work in HR, and I am privy to a lot of information as it relates to this virus and how it has affected our own staffing. And what I can say is I have been working remotely since March, and we will continue to work remotely until further notice, because the data that we are provided just does not show it is safe or that it is in our best interest to return back until we have a better handle on these numbers. I also speak as somebody who lost a family member to COVID in April. And this family member was in a long-term living facility. So yes, she was definitely at a higher risk and in a vulnerable population. But I can say to anybody out there who has not experienced a personal battle with COVID, I hope and wish that on nobody here, especially having somebody in a facility that you cannot be with your loved one as they are succumbing to this illness. So while many of you probably have not been personally affected, and I hope that that will stay, it is not something to take lightly. And while, yes, the children may not be at the greatest risk of this virus, and thank goodness they are not, they certainly can be a factor in the spread and the transmission of this virus. And we need to really take a hard look before we make, this decision to send them back, whether it be 2 days or 5 days. And for those reasons, I'm in full support of doing a full virtual, at least until we have better information and more promising numbers in the next couple of months.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Mrs. Baines-Clemens, I have some that have been submitted via email.
Yes.
Okay. Some of the people were able to get on, so I obviously will not read theirs because they were able to make their public comment, but there were some who have not. So I'd like to read through those if I may. The first is from Sandy Kramer, who lives in Hilltown Township. She says the number in Bucks County show a significant decrease in numbers, with less than 1% of all cases impacting children. Countries that have reopened their schools have reported 0 incidents of students to teacher transmission, but we're going to keep thousands of kids out of school and maybe irreparably and negatively impact their education as well as their mental well-being. Perhaps for the first time in educational history, kids want to go to school. I think we should jump on that bandwagon and ride it through. Tricia Bornman, I don't know where she lives, I apologize. I find it alarming that the board was not prepared for the number of parents who would want to be part of listening and participating in such an important meeting. I feel as though it should have been rescheduled so everyone can hear and publicly comment. Or how about we hold it at the school? Since Penridge seems prepared to open in just a few weeks, wouldn't you say it's a bit hypocritical to say the school board doesn't feel it is safe enough to meet in person? Despite outside political pressure and pressure from the loud anti-science contingencies in our community that might say otherwise, I hope that the school board chooses to focus on all virtual schooling for at the minimum of the first semester of the school year. For the safety of the school staff, both teachers and support staff, for the safety of the community at large, and for the safety of grandparents, parents, and children, it is the only responsible choice to make. If the teachers can begin to plan and focus on virtual schooling now, there is some hope that it will be done well and with success when school starts in September. Nicole Murray says, based on the new recommendations published by PDE today, it states that counties in the moderate level of community transmission, which Bucks County is, should consider blended or full remote learning. I'd like to hear if this changes the offering of option A, the full day, 5-day version. Julie Wallace lives in Hilltown, and she has 3 children in Penridge. I want to thank the board and other staff who have worked tirelessly to provide 3 options for parents and teachers to choose from. As we hear of fellow districts choosing to go virtual, I want to urge the board to stand strong in providing these options for our community and children. We have 1 hospitalization in the entire county for COVID, and cases have fallen dramatically off. The curve will never get flatter than this. Our kids need to be in school. We are the only country in the world even having this debate. Open our schools, our children need this. Thank you again for the endless hours you have put into this. Beth Wind said, I would like to know if the district has a plan for multiple COVID cases within one school and within the district as a whole. Is there a certain percentage of infection rate that would cause an individual school or the district to shut down? Suzanne Detweiler, who lives in Sellersville, I'm deeply disappointed that Penridge arbitrarily took away the full-time return to high school students. Virtual school this past spring was an utter disaster of useless information. You are depriving our high school students of academic success and opportunity. If you gave our children and parents the option to return to the classroom full-time, then you really should have put more energy into figuring it out rather than just scrapping the program and throwing your hands in the air. I support our school, but I'm disappointed in your decision to remove an option that was never indicated as being at risk. Kristen Rendina from Percy Borough. Please follow the science and the new guidelines from Governor Wolf outlined today and begin the year virtually. There is no possible way that district teachers can safely and effectively teach our children using 3 different methods. We all want what's best for our community and our children. Asking our teachers to teach live, hybrid, and virtual is a 3-person job. There are no winners with that option, especially not our children. Let's evaluate the situation after the first marking period, and if the cases are low, potentially open up our schools for live instruction when it is safe to do so. Surrounding districts have made the wise decision to start virtual. Why should we sacrifice our children and adults working with them to say we were first? Gaps can be closed, lives cannot be brought back. Shelley Weigenberg, why did we have several emails to ask how we could like our children to return to school if we were only going to go against the popular vote? According to the response in school was voted on in excess of 50%. I have a senior who is competing not only with people in the States, but all around the world for a place in college. My child has already lost a half year of education, and I and many others want our children back in school. The education that our child received at the end of the year was awful. He read PowerPoints and YouTube videos, not learning from his actual teachers. Please let the kids back in school. A nurse spoke earlier and she is 100% correct. I also work in healthcare and not one of us has contracted COVID. Sharon Burns says, open our schools, P8 Penridge High School 5-day schedule. Tanya Vogel from Hilltown Township and a mother of multiple school children. As a mother, educator, and caregiver, I was appalled listening and watching the school board meeting last week at the comments being made by Dr. Bolton and the board members with regards to the 3 feet minimum guidance from the Bucks County Health Department. We are dealing with a potentially deadly virus that can not only make our children and staff sick, but can be brought home to parents, grandparents, and other loved ones. It is irresponsible to follow minimum guidance. Please do your best to keep our children, staff, families, and communities safe. Accepting 3 feet is the best you can do given the physical square footage limitations in your buildings isn't good enough. Will you be able to sleep at night if your decision sickens or kills a child, staff member, or their loved one? Please exercise your power to protect to the maximum extent you can. Please open our district with only hybrid or 100% virtual options. 5-day instruction at this time is irresponsible with the lives of those at stake. Our schools are schools, not daycares. We're the end-all be-all to the Band-Aid Society's shortcomings. Stacy Grant is a parent of a student who's going to be a 6th grader at Central this year. My concern is that if we do completely virtual learning, I don't have any resources that can help my daughter at home. My husband and I both work. I'm a dental hygienist and I'm in patients' mouths all day. I have not heard of a single case of COVID from any of my dental peers. I've been back to work as most of us have been since June 1st, 2020. I think if everyone does their part, social distancing where applicable and wearing face masks, we will be okay. My daughter learns best in a classroom setting, as well as other children that I know of, having a few learning disorders. I think keeping things as it is and maybe starting school after Labor Day would benefit everyone to work out whatever they need to. I know it's a difficult decision for all of you. I just wanted to give my point of view. Thank you for your time. And finally, Stephanie Thompson. As a parent and taxpayer within the Penridge School District, I'm extremely disappointed in the attendance limitations associated with this evening's meeting. I'm only to watch a live feed of the Zoom meeting offered by a friend. I understand that Zoom has limitations. However, these limitations should have been investigated and explored well before today. Dr. Bolton, I appreciate your apology about the 300-person limit. However, it is not singularly your responsibility to facilitate public meetings of the school board. It is obvious that tonight's special meeting would have had higher interest from parents, teachers, and staff in the district. I believe that Board President Mr. William Krause should have investigated options to allow for a wider audience and broader participation. The school board leadership should have done better. I'm concerned about the latest guidance shared today by the Pennsylvania Department of Health and Education. Is the Penridge School Board going to implement these new guidelines? Does the board respect the guidance of these Pennsylvania governmental agencies? Will these guidelines based on science inform the decision-making process of the board? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Banis-Clemens.
Thank you, Dr. Bolton. I also received a few emails, so I will read those from people who were not able to participate and try to respond as I go, and then go back to you for some responses on a few items so we can get responses to everything and then move on to the special board meeting. In response to the comment about not being able to hold more than 300 people, all I can do is apologize. I think we should have been more on top of that, and we apologize for not being on top of what those limitations were in Zoom. This is all new to us as well, and so we're trying to do our best, which is why I think we're trying to read public comments from email, which is a new thing that we've never done before. So we're trying to do our best, but it's something that obviously will be rectified in the future. And I know that we have people that have been trying to rectify it as this meeting has progressed. So it's not something that just kind of dropped off. And we've had presenters lined up. So that was part of moving forward. It is all recorded. If people have questions and comments, in addition to what has been shared tonight, please feel free to email those in afterwards. I know the vote is ahead of time. I understand, the concerns with that, and again, I apologize. Let me go through the other comments that I received. One is from Carrie Najarian. I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher these names more than if you all had got to say them yourselves. From Central Middle School, High School, student mom in Hilltown. Number one, regarding Dr. Damsker's suggestions, Doctor specified if everyone follows rules, how do you plan to guarantee this 100% at all levels? I would assume we'll need many more volunteers watching hallways in bathrooms and back of classrooms, but did not see that in the plans, so wanted to confirm. At the elementary level with the kids, will the kids sit still or follow instructions all the time, as many little ones have trouble listening to the teacher? I volunteer and see this often firsthand. Also, if little one sneezes in class, are they sneezing into their mask and wearing it the rest of the day, or touching it, or taking off to sneeze in classroom? In middle school, how will you guarantee these rules 100% stay in place when kids go against rules with other things like phones, vaping, etc., and they just forget and pull mask down to say something because their friend can't understand them with the mask on? And same for high school. Also, doctor said ideally 6 feet apart, so can you confirm that a new option A in the middle schools would be 6 feet apart as the doctor recommended? Could the district utilize other empty industry buildings where workers are remote at this time? Or have those with IEPs in class and test virtual a virtual IQ, so those needing extra care get it, but the rest are on the same playing field? Teachers and staffing, what happens as teachers are out sick or out for other reasons, and including COVID or quarantining? How do we find the staffing needed for this? And if we choose virtual, are we guaranteed to get the same Penridge teacher education as the other option kids? I would be more inclined to pick virtual, but afraid we'll not get Penridge teacher with a set plan to stay in line with what in-class kids would be getting. Also, I know many who are on vacation or going still in red states, so perhaps virtual first 2 weeks could help any possibility of bringing back from another out-of-state location and into our schools. Just a thought. As far as getting guaranteed to get a Penridge teacher, there isn't, if you're picking the virtual option, virtual is going to be running on the same schedule as everything else, so that if things change at a certain point, everyone could be brought right back into the regular classrooms. That's the idea behind the virtual. Are there other things you want to weigh the sneeze and the mask? What I actually don't even know if a kid sneezes into a mask, are they replacing the mask? Are they trying to wash out the mask? How does that work? I know you're not taking it off and sneezing it, because the whole point of wearing the mask is to contain the droplets, but I actually don't know what you do if you sneeze, after you sneeze into your mask. What is the next step? Do we have an answer to that?
So we're continuing to work on the safety protocols, and when we get down to that level of specificity, we'll have that plan in place. We're obviously working with the Department of Health as well as our own nurses in terms of those types of problems.
Okay. I will say, as far as the discussion earlier, if it is a shield, it's easy to wipe off, right? We have that part at least. Okay, the next, oh, you got this one. Okay, this one is for Mike Groover. I'm sorry, Mindy Groover. It was signed Mindy Groover. Are there protocols in place to address heat safety in the elementary schools where there is no air conditioning available? Special consideration to how masks, shields, and September temperatures impact students differently than prior years. When classrooms are measured for desk spacing, are the measurements from edge to edge of the desks or in some other manner? Please elaborate. I believe the measurement is center of the desk to center of the desk is how the measurements are done. Dr. Bolton has as far as the heat index, Dr. Bolton looks at those temperatures, and when they're extreme enough, he does issue changes to whether or not there's going to be in-person schooling regularly. So that will continue in this situation if the heat index is too high. And he's shared that email. Is there, there's a description of that somewhere. It might be on the website, but that has been distributed and maybe distributed again. I think usually right before we go back, that usually gets sent back out. A parent, Deb Yurchak from Hilltown Township, wants to know if teachers who are concerned about this have been to Giant and Quakertown since the pandemic. Do they feel that the checkout people were at risk because people are still going to Giant? John Kerry, I would like to thank the school board for inviting the public to tonight's meeting. Dr. Damsker gave us the best factual information tonight. He stated that there are 6 current cases of COVID in a district of 45,000 people. Thank you to Dr. Bolton and the board for their transparent communication to the community. Tonight's safety presentation was excellent. COVID is on the decline, and delaying our kids' happiness and spirit is a big mistake. I agree with many that it is time for the kids to get back to school. A question from Christy Scanlon. Did I hear correctly that the current cafeteria employees raise will be 2%? Brand new employees will be hired for the same amount of money that I will be making when I've been with the district for 8 years. Can you or Sean speak to that, since I believe that that was an agenda item that will then be moving forward?
Yes, Megan.
We could have Ms. Giratano reach out to that specific employee in terms of their personal pay. The starting guide was set to $11. All the others received 2% raises. There will be no one who has been working here longer than a new employee that will be making less than them.
Thank you. Chuck Clifton, hi, I'm requesting you read my comment. Considering the reporting today that one super spreader student in Israel has infected 25 teachers, we should listen carefully to the comments of our educators tonight and make sure our best educators don't take leave, retire, or decide to teach in other districts. Our teachers are our second most important resource. I just have one more. I'm a parent of 2 Seiler Elementary students in Hilltown. This is Janelle Kohler. I am reaching out in hopes of stopping Penridge from pulling the rug out from under all of our families, like some other districts in our area have done. Did you read this? Okay. There are many reasons that I feel that kids should be back for in-person instruction. The biggest is kids need socialization. More youth are dying of suicide and overdose than COVID-19 during the pandemic. CDC Director Robert Redfield. Another reason that I don't feel like virtual education should be forced on all kids is excessive screen time is not good for the developing brains of children. There have been many studies that have proven this. Finally, since the pandemic, children have fallen behind academically. They have already lost 1/3 of a year. The benefits far outweigh the risk. Sending our kids back to school, children have shown little to no risk of significant symptoms with COVID. In Pennsylvania, there has been 0 deaths under the age 24. In fact, seasonal flu has a significantly higher risk in children, and we don't shut down schools for that. Bucks County numbers have been improving, so it makes little sense to shut our schools down now. In July, there were only 3 deaths in our entire county. Everyone should be allowed to make choices based on their family's comfort level. Based on the options given, families that are high risk have the option of doing full virtual instruction. For the rest of us that selected hybrid or full in-person instruction, please do not take these options away. If there are teachers that are high risk, there should be a way to accommodate them on a case-by-case scenario. Please do the right thing and allow parents to select what education is best for their own children. Okay, I just wanted to go through a few of the things. I took a few notes of things that were questions that people had. As far as cleaning your face shields before you bring them home, I'm sure that the students can wash them off before they leave, but they would be likely wearing them home. So I don't know that they'd want to bring them home in a bag unless they're just wearing a mask and then taking them off, but I guess that's an option that can be considered. I don't know the answer about staffing, and I think it's too soon to even know what that would be. As far as classrooms and sizes, it's full classes, but I know that they're trying to keep sizes as small as possible, and the full classes was a 4.5 average difference in or different distance, and the 6 feet was for the hybrid, but requires masks for 4.5 feet. The district is going to do what they need to do as far as trying to cover with staffing. Dr. Damsker spoke to whether or not what would happen if things got bad. How involved was Dr. Damsker with the other districts? Dr. Damsker, as Dr. Bolton had pointed out, had regular meetings with all of the districts. All of the superintendents were involved in all of those regular meetings. He also attended many board meetings and shared the exact same information, but it's still up to each administration and board to make the decision. And that's based on, we have very different districts and communities. I actually spoke to a Pennsbury board member who we were discussing our surveys that came back, and the survey from Pennsbury from the community was completely opposite of what ours is. And so the interest in the community was completely different. And the numbers that they were dealing with were different than the numbers that we're dealing with. Live streaming, as far as best practices with virtual learning, I know that the administration has been working hard on best practices and has professional development, and is even looking to push the start date back 2 days to be able to address more professional development, to give teachers the time to be able to fully implement the things that they're being provided. As far as not being prepared, as far as the in-person meeting, the biggest reason not to hold this board meeting in public or in a public setting is not because of us. We have met in person, but if we would have held this meeting in public, all 300 people and more, obviously, but not even these 300 people could have come. We would have been outside of what is allowed for people to have 300 people in one setting. And a lot of the points being shared here tonight are suggesting that people have a fear of being in those large environments. We want to hear from people who have all of those different perspectives. And if we held it in person, a lot of those people may not have attended, and their voices wouldn't have been heard. So the benefit to holding it in this setting is to be able to hear everyone and make sure that all opinions are welcome and everyone's comfortable in a setting that they can share it. As far as taking away the option for full-time at the high school, I know that the administration was working really hard to try to offer all 3 options at all 3 levels, but the complication of trying to schedule at the middle school and the high school level with numbers and all of the different classes it just proved to be impossible. And so when they were going through that process, they realized that they could only do one or the other, along with the virtual option, and based on their analysis of those 2, it made the most sense, and their recommendation was to do the hybrid at the middle school level. The hybrid at the high school level and the full day in person at the middle school level. And that pretty much addresses all of the questions. As far as the comments that people made that are really kind of different people's perspectives, I'm not going to weigh in on those because I don't want to speak for other board members, but everyone has the opportunity to do that when that goes to a vote. So I'm going to close this meeting so that we can move on to the special board meeting where we're going to be voting on this evening, and then Mr. Kraus will take over. So I will adjourn finance.
Thank you, Mrs. Banis Clemens. I'm going to propose that we take a 2-minute, 5-minute bio break here. We've all been sitting here and listening to the comments from the community very carefully. It's an important night for all of us. So I would like to just ask for a 5-minute bio break, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. And everybody okay? Okay. See you in 5 minutes. It's up to you. You tell me. Okay, that's up to you. I'll call you for the committee report. All right, no problem. Bye.
Mr. Kraus, you are unmuted, just so you are aware.
Yep, I am
Okay.
sorry. My
Oh, no.
apologies to
No
those
big
on the
deal.
line.
Just wanted
Yep,
you to know.
just some logistics.
Mhm.
Okay, do we have everybody back? Are all board members back? I see Miss Banis Clemens. I see Mrs. Cullen. I see Mr. Gerhart. I see Dr. Thompson. I see Mr. Cormack. And I'm looking for Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, are you here?
Mr. Rice is there. I see him.
Okay. And is Mrs. Dolan with us? Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Ah, okay. Oh, Frank's iPad. Okay, I should have remembered that. My apologies. Okay, I believe everybody is back. So I will call the meeting to order. And with that, we will do the pledge to the flag, if we don't mind. Mr. Rice has a nice flag in his background. We'll use that. So everybody bear with me as we do this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Mrs. Chenoweth, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Mrs. Banis Clemens?
Here.
Mr. Cormack?
Here.
Mrs. Cullen?
Here.
Mrs. Dolan?
Here.
Mr. Gerhart?
Here.
Mr. Kraus?
I am here.
Mr. Rice?
Here.
Dr. Thompson?
Here.
And Mrs. Walters?
That light's terrible. All right. Thank you very much. So we're going to move into public comment. And as a reminder, policy 903 still applies. We're going to limit comments to 3 minutes. That same rules as last time. So is there anybody that would like to make a public comment? I am hearing none. Is that?
Oh, quick, look around.
I would like
Hello?
to make a comment. Sorry.
Okay, could we have your full name and municipality, please?
Sure. Denise Pollock, Sellersville Borough, parent of middle school 8th grader and a 11th grader.
Okay.
My comment is if we move to either hybrid or virtual for the high school or even the middle school at this point, if kids have IEPs that are not necessarily related to physical disabilities or autistic, how will that be handled if they don't learn by virtual or reading, as that directly affects their disabilities? And then my second question along that lines is, how are they going to work the tech school where some of these children, that kind of is their future? So it's not exactly just an elective, that's actually their future. Specifically with the 11th grader, who may be behind, obviously for disabilities, has 2 years to catch up, didn't learn anything in the spring, and may possibly not learn anything in the fall. So I'm just trying to see how the district plans on handling that.
Okay. Thank you. If you don't mind, we'll answer that at the end, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
I'll
Yeah,
ask
that's
Dr.
fine.
I'll ask
And one
Dr.
more
Dalton
thing,
if he will weigh in on that at the end, please.
Can I just say thank you to everyone and the board members. I know everyone is working hard. It's not ideal for anyone, and the teachers too. They've really done as much as they can with what they were given.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other public comment?
Yes, if you don't mind. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I want to start off with that. I mean, you guys have been on this for like 5 hours right now.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I need your name and your municipality, please.
I'm so sorry. I'm Katie Rowland and I'm Sellersville.
Thank you, Katie.
So again, thank all of you. I mean, I'm getting just restless and tired being on it for 2.5 hours. So I think you guys are amazing, and everything that you guys have been doing to try and reopen, and to keep our children safe is nothing short of amazing. But again, I think I just want to make it known that I think it is detrimental that our kids are back in school. I think again, it should be left up to the families. If you're comfortable with your kids going to school, great. If you're not, great. I don't think anybody should be judging anybody or being upset with anybody. But I have, as much as I love the Sellersville teachers, and I had the best kindergarten teacher for my daughter, amazing. I just felt like she definitely regressed with her learning issues that she has from being virtual. And partly because I'm a working mom, my husband works, I work overnight. So I was a nurse at night and a teacher during the day. And so it was very stressful for us. And I'm not saying that's the reason it should be, but if we all do our part, I mean, my kid is amazing with wearing masks and washing her hands. And I think if we just continuously educate all the children, I do think that it is capable to reopen. And I do think it's capable to safely educate our children, while making both or all parties happy. I think it's just at whoever's comfort level, whichever it is, wherever it lies, I think it should be left up to the families. And I think that, it really should be taken into significant consideration. Obviously you guys are, but that our kids need this. I mean, they're regressing in many ways and it's not going to get better. And this COVID's never going away. And we just need to learn to adapt to it. I mean, that's just how I feel. But thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
I'd like to say something. Debbie Beal, Silverdale.
Thank you.
First up, thank you so much for everything you've done tonight and through the summer and last spring. I can't even try to wrap my head around it. I have 2 boys in high school. One will be a senior. One is a incoming freshman. Both are involved in extracurricular. I know from talking to both of them, one being football, one being band, these kids need to get back to school, and the sports have been practicing for the last month. And no one has come down with COVID. My kids have told me that the kids there that are involved in these, they wear their masks, they social distance, they do everything that is asked of them because they don't want it any more than we want them to get it. From what I've heard tonight from all of you and Dr. Dansker, you've done everything you are capable of to make it safe for our children and teachers and staff to return to school if they want to. I filled out that my kids wanted full return. They are disappointed they are doing hybrid, but they are accepting it and they will do it. So and if you're looking for a guarantee that you won't get sick or you won't die, it's not happening in this world. It's not happening in this lifetime. I lost my father-in-law in July, not due to COVID, just it was life. And not being in the hospital with him when he was going through that was the worst thing in the world. And there's no guarantee. I got through it. We will. But if parents and kids want to go back and you can make it work, they should have that choice. If parents and kids want to do virtual online and you can do it, we should do that. We should do all the options that you laid out for us and you provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Beal. Any other public comment?
Hi, this is Andrea Tambori again from Hilltown Township in Souderton.
Yes.
I just wanted to touch on something I think one of the other parents had mentioned. Before I went to ask my children what their choices were, my daughter, who's going into 11th grade, came to me and said, "Mom, I want option A." I said, "Okay, well, that was my plan, so we're on the same page." The kids want to go back. It seems you've taken all the necessary precautions. It's had to be one of the toughest things you've probably all done. And no one seems to be taking into account, and this is what the other parents seem to reference, the suicides, the kids hungry at home. I know you've been offering, the food, but unless somebody can get the child to the school or someone to the school to get the food, there's hungry kids, abuse in the home. There's the socialization, there's a lot of things that are being lost that also have to be considered versus this virus. And like someone else also said, the flu, the elderly, COVID is a problem for the elderly primarily. The kids get the flu and they spread the flu, and we don't do any of this for the flu. And I don't mean to equate the two, they're not, exactly the same, but there's many factors that go into this, and the kids want to come back to school. I think we need to try to come back to school because, like others said, this isn't going away. And if it doesn't go away, how much longer are we going to wait? So again, thank you for all your efforts. If, I was hoping for A, I'm supposing we're settling for B, and lastly, I would just like to say the one thing I am confused about, which I'm sure you'll address at the end, is when we talk about going virtual, are these going to be live classes that these kids are going to have to log into? Because that's a real concern for me because of how I saw things go downhill in the spring. Or are these going to be like recorded kind of classes that the kids log into at any point? So that's my only question, and that's my comment, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there other public comments before we
I'd like to
continue
say
on?
something, please.
Okay. Yes,
Hi.
ma'am. Just your name and municipality, please.
My name is Marianne Busso, and my kids go to Guth Elementary, and we're in Percy Borough. Again, thank you all for all the hard work. This is a really difficult time. And I thank you for the choices that so far you've allowed the parents to chime in on. My main concern, because I've been listening to the meeting, I guess if the choices get to the point where the kids are able to go back to school, the teachers' comments have been a little bit concerning. So I know my kids have loved Guth. They love their teachers. Mr. Smith has been incredibly awesome. And I love the acronym that takes pride. And I just hope that as if we do head back into school, that the teachers would also consider, even though they might not totally agree with everything, just to be aware that the kids might pick up on any negative attitudes and things like that. So I don't know if you're giving the teachers choices or not, but I just kind of wanted to chime in on that because that would be disheartening if we had the choice and then we felt the discord. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Bill, Mr. Chris? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait.
All right.
No worries. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Abby Rose. I'm a rising senior at Penridge High School, and I live in Percy.
Okay.
All right. I wanted to talk a little bit about the kids' perception of what's going on with COVID right now, and from our perspective, what it's like. I'd like to say that while a lot of us would like to return to school, it's important to keep in mind that not all kids are going to be cooperative. And also, a global pandemic is a huge, huge thing to be dealing with as a kid right now. This is probably the largest, global disaster that we've ever experienced of any magnitude, and it's very, very difficult to comprehend the weight of the situation and how much this is going to affect our lives in the future. It's also important to point out that cases in children haven't spiked because we were yanked out of school as soon as it became an issue. adults continued to go to work. We left school. We were at home. We were forced to be in quarantine the entire summer. Of course, there are exceptions. There are some kids who went to the beach, saw their friends, whatever. But I think it's really important to note that some of the information isn't exactly going to be applicable to a full school year where we're all back in school again. It's not going to be accurate because it'll be a completely different situation to what we've been dealing with this summer.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Are there any other public comments? Okay.
I would like to make a comment.
Okay, your name and municipality, please, ma'am.
My name's Nicole Pisano Slam. I live in Hilltown Township. I have 2 daughters who attend Penn Central, and I'm a proud public educator. In the words of the late, great Kenny Rogers, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. I believe the time is now to fold them and move to a full virtual school year start. While it was admirable to propose in-person options, because being in school is obviously the best place for kids to be, it is simply not the safest option at this time. And as other districts are experiencing, there are massive pragmatic staffing issues regarding to the trickle down of other districts going to virtual. The 3 proposals for each level in all their varying shapes and sizes is in no way feasible for teachers or administration to adequately staff and coordinate in the next 2.5 weeks until school is intended to start. Additionally, any in-school plan that is not capped for enrollment at the most of 50% is simply not a safe option, and any virtual option that does not ensure Penn Ridge teachers to be teaching compromises the quality of education with the outsourcing of courses to unknown staffing agencies and very little quality control. Neither of these specifications are delineated in any model. Based on today's guidance released from the state, it appears to be prohibitive to offer any in-person option at this time. Further, as the plans all stand now, there is no equitable option for the entire middle school population by only offering a fully in-person or fully virtual plan. With almost every district moving to a fully virtual model to begin the year, Penn Ridge is literally making our students and staff the guinea pigs for the entire Bucks and Montgomery County areas. Our students are our future, and our teachers are irreplaceable. You need to make a decision that is in the best interest of students and teachers tonight and give parents enough time to make plans. Delaying the inevitable move to virtual is simply upending lives even more so than they already are, and compromising the quality of instruction that could be provided safely by teachers who have time to prepare within the virtual model. The obligation of the board and the superintendent should be the safety and security of the students and staff at our schools. Having a political agenda is not what is meant for the school board. The extreme partisanship demonstrated on social media and elsewhere is in direct opposition to what we know to be true in science. For particular board members, this clearly has clouded their ability to reason through science and make safe decisions for students and staff, especially in regard to the interpretation of mask wearing. It is clear that the board needs to move to a vote for full virtual start for all students because it is the only safe and equitable decision to be made at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Lisa Hinkson, Central Middle. What I would like to say is let's err on the side of safety by doing the first semester virtual, and then let's reevaluate. It's the safety of our children what's most important, and the safety of our school employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Hi, this is Karen Angelucci Schaefer. I live in Percy, and my children attend Bedminster Elementary.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if I can make a motion or if that's in parliamentary procedure rules for the vote.
No, ma'am, this is the solicitor. You cannot make a motion. You can make a comment.
Can I make a comment, then we move to vote? I think that a lot of the comments have been valid that that have been shared tonight, but I feel like after how many hours of regurgitating now the same comments over and over, I think it's time that we move to a vote.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Miller. Are there other public comments?
Bill, I have someone who, Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
someone who was not able to get in because of the limit. And so the question was posed if it would be at all possible at the high school level to allow for seniors to have the option to return to school for the 5 days. So I had mentioned that I would pass on that question.
Okay, Mrs. Cullen, do you know the individual's name and
Yeah,
municipality?
I was going to ask if you wanted that. So it was Shelley Weinberger, who I think, spoke earlier, and I'm pretty sure she's Percy.
Okay.
Mr. Kraus, I have two also, and they tried to get back in and they aren't successful. So if I could just read those two as well. Hello, members of the board. My name is Justin McCormick. I live in Sellersville and am an incoming junior at the high school. After listening to some of the meeting, I have a point I'd like to present. I feel that no one I've heard has given any attention being given to the negative mental health effects on students while doing virtual learning. To me, this is the most important thing, especially considering that the statistics show that there is a less than 1% chance of teenagers contracting COVID. Many kids have dealt with depression and anxiety over these past few months, and to send us back into isolation is extremely dangerous and unhealthy for us students. Please strongly consider how this harms our mental health and what is more important to you. Going back to school is what we all need desperately. Thank you for your consideration. And
I want to. He's going to mute me. You're going to speak? Yeah, I'm going to tell him.
Kelly, sorry about that. Kelly Ryan. I am in Percy Borough currently, formerly Sellersville, and before that West Rock Hill. My oldest is a senior and he has been at Penridge since kindergarten, and my other is at South and has Crohn's disease. My question is, one thing that I would like to mention is that even though kids don't seem to be affected that much, we really do not know what the long-term ramifications are. They could have heart problems or other health problems as they get older. Does the district's general liability insurance going to cover any kid that gets infected at school and any long-term ramifications in health resulting from their illness? And I'm sorry, I have one more. Michelle Bolander from Bedminster. We need to end comment section and vote. Enough is enough. We've been listening to the same thing since 6:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Painus Clemens. And I'm going to make the same suggestion. Unless there are other comments from the community members other than pro or con to the approval of the health and safety plan, I'd suggest that we move through this agenda so that we can get to the vote. So with that, I'm going to move on to the consent calendar.
If I could make a comment too.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to hold that till the end of the meeting. There will be one other comment session at the end of the meeting. Okay. So moving on to the
I'd like to make one comment prior to vote, if possible.
Ma'am, I've closed the comments for now. We're moving on, and we will be opening up at the end of the meeting for comments.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. I make a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A and B.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Rice. Any questions or comments from board members? Hearing none, we'll do this the same way we've done it in the past. I will only entertain nays. So if I don't hear you vote in the negative, I'll assume that we've all voted in the affirmative. So with that, Are there anybody abstaining or voting negative to the motion? Okay, hearing none, motion passes 9-0. Moving on to the Activities Committee, Mrs. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. There's a couple items, obviously, for approval tonight. First one is a motion to approve the Penridge School District Health and Safety Plan for fall athletics and activities.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, motion made by Mrs. Walters, seconded by Mr. Rice. Questions or comments from board members?
Mr. Kraus, I have a couple clarifications I'd like to make.
Yes,
based on
Dr.
some of the
Bolton.
comments and the questions that happened. First of all, there has been mention of new guidelines that came out from the State Department of Education today. We were informed as early as most recently as Friday that no guidance and metrics would be coming out. And so of course, metrics landed this afternoon. So we were not aware of them. I have obviously read through them, but have not had any time to deeply look into those. And so I just want to remind the community that this health and safety plan and our decisions here tonight are living and breathing. We obviously need to plan and continue to move forward, but obviously we continue to monitor this situation hour by hour and day by day. And so we will respond to those guidelines, those recommendations. They are not requirements, but they are recommendations. And so those recommendations, as well as any change in the situation between now and the start of school. So I just want to remind everybody that this health and safety plan is something that can be continued to be considered. As we move forward, this is the next step in terms of considering the plan for us to be able to begin to open school. There was some conversation around IEP students as well as the different models that don't involve a full 5-day in. Obviously, the special ed department or pupil services department is in the process of actually evaluating all the students with IEPs and taking a look at their cases and reaching out to families to discuss individual situations. So obviously a student's needs come first in terms of that document. And so there are conversations between the pupil services department, case manager, and parents about students' fall placements. Anyone who has a student who has an IEP, if they have not been contacted, please reach out to your building principal and they can begin those conversations for you. There's been lots of conversation about what things were like in the spring. And we've said this over and over again, that what happened in the spring was a really, really good effort that we did not see coming. And so everyone obviously worked really, really hard, but we learned a lot about virtual and even hybrid education that will impact what we do in the fall. Our virtual and our hybrid models have a minimum of 3 days, and in some cases 4 days, of required synchronous live teaching. So whether that is hybrid and some are in the classroom and one is Monday synchronous, as well as virtual, where there are lessons that you must attend and they are at 10 o'clock or whatever the class period is, and so that there will be a schedule and there will be rhythm. There will also be worked in days where there are lessons you're learning, assignments that you're doing based on what you learned the day before, but there will be 3 or 4 live sessions in both of those. And our teachers and our support staff are working very hard in terms of how to best deliver those models. So I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Kraus, and some of those questions came up and impact the vote we're about to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bolton. I believe I have a second to this motion from Mr. Rice and Mrs. Chenoweth. Mrs. Chenoweth, I'd like to do this as a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Kraus, could I still make a comment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. The CDC highlights the lower risk of COVID infection and transmission for children and points out that harms attributed to closed schools on the social, emotional, and behavioral health, economic well-being, and academic achievement of children in both the short and long term are well known and significant. The CDC goes on to say the lack of in-person educational options disproportionately harms low-income and minority children and those living with disabilities. These students are far less likely to have access to private instruction and care, and far more likely to rely on key school-supported resources like food programs, special education services, counseling, and after-school programs to meet basic developmental needs. We regularly have a PACE survey that is conducted in the high school. It's grades 6, 8, 10, and 12, and that data is related to some of these things. I just wanted to share some of the data points for some of the risk factors based on the survey that was conducted that with the students. 33.6% have used alcohol, 13.7% have used marijuana, 12.7% use alcohol have used it more than 30 days, 7.8% use marijuana more than 30 days, 13% are vaping more than 30 days, 23.4% have access to prescription drugs, 31% are gambling, 15% have said that they have had inappropriate sexual contact through technology. As far as students who said that they have been abused by another person in the last year, 17.8% have reported physical abuse, 24% threats, 69% emotional abuse, 10.6% other injury or abuse, 11.8% have reported that they have self-harmed, 27% have shared that they are suffering from depression, 13% seriously considered suicide, 9.7% planned to commit suicide, 7% said that they attempted to commit suicide, 1.2% needed medical treatment for attempting suicide. In the last year, 3.3% of students lived in a shelter, car, campground, etc. due to lack of money or housing. 3.4% lived away from parents because they were kicked out, ran away, or were abandoned. 7.3% of students have been worried about running out of food one or more times in the past year. 3.8% skipped at least one meal due to family finances. Only 10% of our students were not participating in some sort of hobby, activity, or sports. That means that 90% of our students were involved in extracurricular activities that are no longer being run in most cases. And again, that takes a toll on kids with isolation. The American Academy of Pediatrics, American Federation of Teachers, National Education Association, and the School Superintendents Association joined together in providing a statement advocating for a safe return of students, teachers, and staff. The statement said in part, educators and pediatricians share the goal of children returning safely to schools this fall. Our organizations are committed to doing everything we can so that all students have the opportunity to safely resume in-person learning. We recognize that children learn best when physically present in the classroom, but children get much more than academics at school. They also learn social and emotional skills at school, get healthy meals and exercise, mental health support, and other services that cannot be easily replicated online. Schools also play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequity. Our nation's response to COVID-19 has laid bare inequities and consequences for children that must be addressed. This pandemic is especially hard on families who rely on school lunches, have children with disabilities, or lack access to internet or healthcare. Returning to school is important for the healthy development and well-being of children, but we must pursue reopening in a way that is safe for all students, teachers, and staff. Science should drive decision-making on safely reopening schools. We must rely on the health experts in this area. When the CDC, the World Health Organization, the Pennsylvania Department of Health, the Bucks County Department of Health, the American Academy of Pediatrics are all advocating for a return to school with safety parameters in place, we have to rely on the health experts when providing options. That being said, I completely respect and sympathize with all perspectives and comfort levels and feel that parents know what's best for their children and should be the ones to weigh the pros and cons and determine what best meets the needs of their children and their families. I have 3 children in this district, and based on their needs, I am choosing different options for different kids. This is not a one-size-fits-all, and that goes for staff as well. I am hopeful the administration can work to pair as many staff members as possible with the options that best meet their needs, with extenuating circumstances and needs taking precedence. There's so much competing information out there, and nobody can give you a guarantee because we are in uncharted waters. No life is worth the risk, but not sending kids to school does not increase that risk. In fact, being in a controlled environment with safety parameters in place to mitigate the risk arguably provides a safer environment. What we are seeing is that these safety protocols are working. According to Dr. Damsker, who has been conducting the contact tracing, the COVID cases that have been traced back to situations where people were not socially distancing or were not wearing masks. Many of us are parents in the district and care very much about the students and staff in this district and would never make a decision that would put people in harm's way. The administration has put a great deal of time and effort into this and analyzed every piece of literature they can get their hands on, as have we, balancing all concerns to provide options to best meet the needs of families and staff. My background is teaching at the elementary level, and I would never put anyone in an environment I myself would not feel comfortable in. That goes for all staff. I would be happy to spend time in any environment with any employee, teacher, custodian, bus driver, secretary, etc., to walk the walk. Send me an email and I'll be happy to join you. You know, I just want to stress the point that we would not be, you know, there may be different opinions on how things should progress, but please know that we are doing what we think is best, and nobody is making a decision feeling like they are in any way jeopardizing or not caring about the health and safety of students and staff. That is the primary focus. I grew up in Penridge. I graduated from Penridge. I have former teachers and friends who work for the district. I have kids and family members who attend in this district. Safety is the ultimate priority, and I respect where everybody is on this, and I hope that everyone can respect the different opinions and positions that people are taking and the decisions that they're making to try to keep their own family safe. Thank you.
Mrs. Chenoweth, before we go on to the vote, are there other board members who would like to make a comment?
Yes, please.
Mrs. Cullen.
Sorry, I know it's after 11 o'clock and I apologize. I thought that they were going to be two separate votes, but I do want to just say that, you know, for myself and my family, really the preference was to go back to school 5 days. That's what my children wanted, and they're high schoolers, so that option is not available to them. But I would like to point out that it makes me happy that 2/3 of our students have that available to them, that option. And I believe, Dr. Bolton, correct me if I'm wrong, but this plan that you've devised with your team, it's going to address or give 80% of our families what they had wanted. Is that correct?
That is correct. 80% of the families are receiving their first choice.
Okay, so, and I mean, and that makes me feel good that we're at least able to get, you know, 80% of the people into their first choice. And then I also wanted to make one other clarification, Dr. Bolton, that it is for everyone that has expressed what so many of us have said, that, you know, virtual can be a problem, not just for students who have learning difficulties, but with, you know, students in regular ed. Your desire and the reason why we're not putting a time frame on it is so that we have flexibility in switching back. Is that fair to say?
Sorry, Mrs. Cullen, you were breaking up there at the end.
My Wi-Fi. I was asking if it's fair to say that the reason why we haven't put a time frame on it is because we want to maintain flexibility to switch, because there are a lot of people who are concerned about that virtual learning for their students. So I just want that clarification.
Correct. We do not have a time frame on any of our options for both directions. Obviously, families, if they would like to request a change, should contact their building principals. And although we can't guarantee them, we obviously will work with any family to try to do what we can if there is space available. As well as the district needs to be ready to pivot if there's a change that is necessary from a district standpoint, and we are planning in that direction. So that if we need to either go all in, or if we were to have to go full virtual, we will be ready to do that, and it will look very different than March did.
Okay, thank you. And again, in the interest of time, I will just say that this was a process that was long. I appreciate the effort that you, Dr. Bolton, and your team put forth to come up with this. It was not an easy task. I appreciate it, and I thank you.
Okay, other comments from board members? Mr. Rice.
I just want to thank everybody that was on this meeting, voiced their opinions. It's important. That's how dialogue happens. That's how compromise happens. That's how things get done. The administration, the student body, the students, the parents, everybody that was involved, the school board, everybody that's involved. I appreciate your time, your effort, the values that you brought, your concerns. They're all heard. They're all important. Dr. Bolton, I appreciate your efforts as well. Always data driven. Dr. Damsker, always data driven. Appreciate all of it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members would like to comment?
Lisa has a comment.
Yes.
So I'm not claiming to be an expert in anything. I'm a mom, I'm a community member, I'm married to an essential employee. Many people know me because I work at a local restaurant. I completely understand the fear that the school employees have of returning to work, because I had that fear as well as my husband. And it was really hard the first couple weeks in March and April trying to adjust. But also as a former educator, I know that one of the things that teachers do best is they monitor and adjust, and we're constantly doing that as teachers. I view public school employees as essential employees for our students. Part of my concerns for that are the fact that I, as an individual, felt that I really struggled with virtual learning at the beginning of COVID, with my education degree, with a supportive spouse, with supportive grandparents close by. It was challenging. I also feel that I'm privileged to be in a position that if we were doing full-time virtual learning, that I could provide for my kids, and that my work schedule allows me to educate them at home. However, I'm in a position where I'm not making a decision based on my needs for myself and what's best for my family. I have to think about other people's children. Child abuse reporting is down. That's not because children aren't being abused. It's because they are not with mandated reporters such as teachers, coaches, guidance counselors, other professionals that notice things and needs in children and report them to the authorities. You talk to a local police officer, I've spoken with many of them, domestic violence is up. And I also have a friend that's an educator that during virtual learning had a student that was suicidal and had to intervene. These are real things that I think are occurring. I get the fear of our teachers feeling upset that perhaps a student or a staff member would contract COVID and possibly die. But I'm gonna, also stick up for people's mental health and the fact that I don't want anybody committing suicide. I don't want any parents that can't deal with the burden of a single mom that is an essential employee and has to go into work and now has to figure out how they have to educate their 3 children virtually. So I'm advocating for mental health, and I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but these are real things that people have expressed to me, and they're concerns that I think need to be addressed. And I think it's important to have our students have the option to return to school safely and to have precautions in place. And I trust our administration. I thank Dr. Bolton for working around the clock, nonstop this entire summer, as he should, but also, because he's an amazing leader and he has led the administration, and I trust that we will monitor and adjust and do well. So that is where I stand as an individual. And I appreciate everybody's concerns, and I'm always open to other perspectives, but I'm just weighing in with my perspective on this one tonight. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Walters. Are there any other board members who would like to comment before I move on?
Sorry, I left out the part. I did want to speak to the social and emotional health of children. So that's all I want to say. I agree with that. Thank you.
Mrs. Cullen, it's almost 11:30. Are we ready to move on? Okay.
Mr. Kraus, Mr. Kraus, real
I'd
quickly.
like to make a comment as well.
Okay, just real quickly, because I know it's late. I just wanted to thank the administration and Dr. Bolton's staff. Without them, we would not be in the position we're in today, looking at a plan, looking at dealing with the community in a very positive way, which is really 100% supportive of their needs and their wishes. So, Dr. Bolton, you and your staff, congratulations. I think without you, we wouldn't be here today. So again, congratulations. And also to the community, just for reaching out and expressing your opinion. I think it was very beneficial to hear your thoughts and wishes on the health and safety plan. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Cormack. Mr. Gerhart.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kraus. I'll be pretty quick here. I know we want to get to a vote. I just did want to comment on, how, or my perspective, I guess, or, my view. I know schools, and there's no doubt schools provide, critical care and support for students' mental health. And I don't take lightly, and I understand the magnitude of kids not being in school and how that will affect them. I do think that I need to also consider the environment in which these students will be going back into. Kids are not going to have the same emotional support, and that is something that I'm sure everybody is aware of, and something that is going to have to be dealt with, and hopefully and met with to enhance the support that we do provide. I did want to talk about and just touch on the evidence that suggests that children don't spread the virus similarly as adults do. And I understand the different perspectives, and I think that's the point here. The different comments is we don't really know. And even if kids do get sick and transmit at lower rates, this is also a workplace for adults, and some of which have underlying health conditions. I fully feel, and I know the teachers do, everybody does, that there's no substitute for, in-person, in-classroom learning. And like I said, I believe our teachers feel that way. Virtual learning, I believe, will be better I fully believe that in the fall than it was in the spring, as everybody has mentioned. Is virtual the best option in a vacuum? No. I don't think that, but I think given the circumstances that we are under right now, it might be the best option. And the last thing I just wanted to touch on is, the death rates and everything like that are low, and I think the thought process behind that is that, oh, well, then it won't be my child or family member or friend, but it inevitably will be someone's. This is a difficult decision, and I don't ever pretend to suggest that I know what is 100% right or the best way to go. But I feel that our students, teachers, and staff and their safety is most important. And I think our students are best served when our teachers and staff are supported and encouraged and ultimately safe. I do take the needs and the comments from the community very seriously. And just kind of in line with that, I also feel that I need to, strongly consider the teachers and the district employees as well. This is, again, a very tough decision. And like everybody else has said, I appreciate all the comments and work and, especially Dr. Bolton and everything on that. Thank you.
Okay, before we move forward, I believe we need
Bill.
to make a correction to the motion. Mrs. Dolan, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to share, I know that I have been quiet. I just got my baby down, and I will make this brief as possible. I just wanted to share from my perspective, I'm truly on the fence about this, whether we should go back, whether we shouldn't. And, I worked the entire pandemic until I had pregnant, and the entire pandemic until June 15th, I was at work until I had my baby on June 16th. My dad was in a bad accident, and he was fragile, and my mom worked, we all worked. We were really safe. We didn't bring anything home, thank God. But this past week we've been safe. We've been staying home. I have an 8-week-old baby tomorrow, but somehow my children got cold. I got a cold, my husband got a cold. I don't know how. I haven't even been to Giant, and I was terrified. Like, my 8-week-old baby has a cold, and if they were my children, I would not be sending them back to school. So I wanted to be very honest. I did work the entire pandemic, but when I saw my kids sick, and even though it is just a cold, I was scared. And I don't want any other parent to think to have that. So I'm still not sure how I feel, and I should have probably rehearsed what I was saying a little more, but like I said, I just got my baby down, and I just wanted to share, what I went through. I wasn't scared working during the pandemic, even though I was pregnant. My OB said, wash your hands, wear your mask, you're going to be okay. So I feel like that's reassuring, but I also know how scared I was when my kids are sick. They're sick right now. So I don't think that there is any substitute for in-person education, but I also don't think the learning environment that they're going to be in is going to be the same. And I think that that is going to cause a lot of issues. I don't think that what we're anticipating isn't going to be normal. And until we're back to normal, not the new normal, we need to be cautious. You're not tired. Okay. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Dolan. So that being said, I believe I've heard from all board members at this point. Dr. Bolton, I believe we need to make a correction
Well,
to
you
the
didn't
motion.
hear from
You
me.
didn't hear from Sherry.
Up. There's Dr. Thompson. I'm sorry.
I'm here. I just want to thank everybody for their patience and their contributions and their perspectives. Thank you for sharing. And that's to all of our board members and also to the members of the public and administration and staff. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Bolton, I think back to you.
Mr. Kraus, we need to make it clear that this health and safety plan covers more than just fall athletics and activities. Although it does cover those, it needs to read, approve the Penn Ridge School District Health and Safety Plan for the 2020-21 school year.
Okay. So the motion as amended, do I need to resecond that, Mr. Miller?
You do not. As everyone accepts it as a friendly amendment, then the record is clear on what you're voting on, and you can proceed to a vote.
Thank you very much. All right. So again, we're going to do this as a roll call vote. Mrs. Chenoweth?
Would you just reread the motion?
Okay.
Because we had so many comments.
So the motion will read, a motion to approve the Penn Ridge School District Health and Safety Plan for the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Chenoweth?
Okay. Mrs. Spanish Clemens?
Yes.
Mr. Cormack?
Mr. Cormack, your mic is muted.
It almost looks
Yes.
like oh.
Mrs. Cullen?
Yes.
Mrs. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Gerhart?
No.
Mr. Kraus?
Yes.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Dr. Thompson?
Yes.
And Mrs. Walters?
Yes.
I meant nay.
Northwest of Maysville and just
Yeah.
outside of
I am so
Miss-
sorry. I am so sorry.
Mrs. Dolan?
Mrs. Dolan should be recorded in the negative, is my understanding.
Mrs. Dolan's, okay, you're negative, okay. So motion passes 7-2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Mrs. Walters.
Okay, the next item for approval is a motion to approve the 2021 Penn Ridge School District calendar to reflect new start date for students as Wednesday, September 2nd.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Mrs. Walters, second by Mrs. Cullen. Questions or comments from board members? Seeing none. Again, anybody abstaining or voting nay? Okay, hearing none, motion passes 9-0. Back to you, Mrs. Walters.
Okay, the next motion is item C. It's a motion to approve first reading of new policy number 815.1, the use of live stream video on school property.
Okay.
I'll second that.
That was seconded by Dr. Thompson?
Yes.
Okay. Seconded by Dr. Thompson. Questions or comments from board members? Seeing none. Anybody abstaining or voting negative? Seeing none, motion passes 9-0. Back to you, Mrs. Walters.
Okay, the next item is a motion to approve model school board resolution, school code 520.1.
Okay, and Mr. Miller, do we need to read this or?
Is there a title? Mrs. Walters, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
It's the model school board resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
No, if it's been circulated to the board, that's acceptable.
okay. So
Second
I'll
that.
seconded by Mr. Rice. Questions or comments from board members?
Mr. Kraus, I just want to clarify for people who may not have been at the committee meeting or listened to the committee meeting that this resolution is just something that must be done because the current school code does not provide students to attend school unless they are full in or full out. So any students who were to attend via hybrid would not get credit for their school year unless we pass this model resolution. And so this is just something that all school districts are doing. It doesn't change anything to the plan. It allows us the same options that we'd have regardless, but it does allow us to certify that those students did attend school for the correct number of days and hours.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Bolton. Okay, so we have a second on the table. Questions or comments from board members? Seeing none. Anybody abstaining or voting in the negative? Seeing none, motion passes 9-0. Back to you, Mrs. Walters.
Okay, the next activities committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 8th.
Thank you very much. That brings us to old business. Any board members have old business? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to new business. Any board members with new business?
I'm not sure if it was spoken about this evening, but did we touch on the schedule for the technical school students and the transportation and that they'll be there 5 days in person?
Dr. Bolton, did you hear that?
We did. Mrs. Dolan, the tech school has not finalized their plan. And so I would not like to speak to their plan, although I know they're talking about various options just like we are. But Penridge has committed to, regardless of the student's plan at Penridge or the plan at tech school, that Penridge will be providing transportation both to and from, whether that be from the high school or a student's home, based on the tech school schedule as well. So I expect to hear something this week from the tech school to finalize that plan, and then I know they're reaching out to those families.
Yeah, and Dr. Bolton, can I just add that in the last meeting that we had at the tech school, the proposal that they brought forward was for a 5-day full return to the tech school. So that was basically what their plan was, to bring back to the board for a vote at the next meeting, unless that changes with different guidelines and parameters. But that was kind of where they were at the last meeting.
Okay. And that brings us to comments or questions from guests. So I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment at this time?
So does,
Can we have your name and municipality one more time, please?
okay, Katie Rowland, Sellersville, sorry.
That's okay.
So with those votes, was the 9-2 vote, meaning that the plan that was put in place with the 3 options, like for elementary, middle school, and all those plans, are they in place now? Like school will be starting September 2nd?
Dr. Bolton, do you want to take that directly or you want to wait for all the comments?
No, so yes, that vote does approve the plans for the start of school, which is currently the options that were sent out last week, as well as the health and safety plan, as well as the change of the school calendar that would make it September 2nd. So we will continue to monitor, and if we need to make any adjustments, we will. But yes, that is what the purpose of that vote was.
So as of right now, whatever 80% of the families, they're their first choice, that's what their kids will be doing starting the school year.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you guys all very much.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any other public comment?
I have some questions,
Oh, go ahead.
please.
Hold on. And your name and municipality, ma'am? And you need to mute your, yeah. Okay. Hello? Okay, any other public comment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do.
All right.
My name is
and
Jason
municip-
Rowan. Sorry, Jason Rowan. I'm in Hilltown.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. I've heard some other people mention concerns with less fortunate citizens of our school district that may not have, as much privilege as others or access to teachers or resources. I was wondering if there's any way that if the board has ever considered maybe recruiting tutors to meet with these people. I mean, for me, that's something that I would certainly sign up for. I'm a scientist, so I'm.
Mrs. Miller, could we mute anyone who's not participating, please?
Yeah. So anyway, it's just something to consider. Maybe getting tutors involved, and maybe we could reach out and help those less fortunate. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to kind of hold that for the time being as we progress through. Any other public comments?
I have some questions.
Hold on. Your name and the municipality, ma'am?
Beth Feast from Sellersville.
Okay.
Just a clarification, start of school is going to be on September 2nd, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions from the public?
I
Yes,
have
ma'am?
some questions, please.
Okay. Name and municipality, please.
This is Nicole Pisano Slam from Hilltown Township.
Thank you.
I am asking a number of questions. Number one, has an administrative recommendation ever been made to the board in regard to what they think is the most feasible plan to address staffing and safety concerns like other district superintendents have made? That's one of my questions. I also would like to ask the board member who offered to walk the walk, would she cover cafeteria duty at the middle school every day with the potential of at least 80% of students returning to the building every day to eat lunch there? And that's pretty much where my questions lie.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to hold that too as well. We'll circle back to you. Any other public comments at this time?
I just have one.
Okay. Name and municipality, please.
Denise Pollock, Sellersville,
Yes, ma'am.
Borough. And my question is more for the high school. I know that tech school hasn't come to a decision yet, but if we haven't heard, what's a date that we could kind of circle back with the tech and also our children's, mine has an IEP. We haven't heard from the high school IEP person, support person either. When should I start reaching out? Because I know they have a ton of things to do, but I also need to make plans myself.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll let Dr. Bolton handle the IEP question because I think he touched on that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, he just didn't give a date, and I just want to make
yep.
sure I'm following up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other public comment? Because we have a few people we need to circle back to.
Yep.
Okay.
Here.
All right. Mr. Hogan, are you?
Yep. Josh Hogan, West Rock Hill. I just want to address what Dr. Bolton referenced in another community member's comment about the state recommendations that came out today. So those recommendations are built on cases, basically case prevalence in the community, as well as positivity of tests. Clearly, that's the only thing the governor can hang his hat on to keep this charade going, because nobody's sick anymore. Dr. Damsker referenced this, that hospitals are clearing out. Our death and hospitalizations have been flatlined for a long time, just like every other state in our situation, including Illinois, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Rhode Island, Connecticut, you can name all of them. None of them have people getting sick anymore. So with that being strictly focused on cases, the reason I wanted to speak to that is, again, just to throw a shout out to Dr. Damsker on the distinction between cases and sickness. Here in Bucks County, we have one person in the hospital right now with COVID. Compare that to 47 people right next door in Montgomery County, or like 30 in all of the other collar counties that are around Philadelphia. We have one. He has clearly done an amazing job and knows what he's doing, and he would not want to throw that success away by opening up schools and putting everybody at risk just to throw away all of his hard work. So that was the only thing I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to see if we could circle back, Dr. Bolton, to a few of the questions that were asked, if that's okay.
Certainly, Mr. Kraus. From an IEP standpoint, Ms. Pollock, as I said, please reach out to the high school administration, either Dr. Cashman, the principal, or your house principal, and they'll be able to start that process, and you can do that tomorrow. Tech school, Ms. Banis Clemens, do you know when the next tech school meeting is scheduled?
It's 8:20.
Okay, so I'm meeting with the tech school administrator tomorrow morning. And so we're going to obviously have a conversation around his communication. I would suggest if you don't hear anything this week about planning process, next week would be appropriate to reach out to them. And to Dr. Pisano Slam, the administration has worked on the recommendation that was approved this evening. And so from an administrative recommendation standpoint, the administration obviously has worked with the school board. And so those recommendations do come through the administration.
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr.
Kraus,
Bolton, for following up.
Mr. Kraus, can I just say that
Yes,
I would be happy to shadow in the cafeteria with that employee if she wants to send me an email.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to move to adjourn this evening, but I have a couple of announcements first. An executive session was held on July 22nd to discuss personnel matter, and on August 3rd to discuss a safety matter. The next regular school board meeting is scheduled for Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m. And with that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Rice. Board members?
Aye.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Good night. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Good
you,
night, everyone.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you to the community and those that hung in. I appreciate
Appreciate
it.
everybody.
Yep, it's
Good
very
night.
much needed. Thank you.
Thank you.